live. Going live. Check live stream. Go live.
Wait, the volume okay now? Yesterday got people complain, right?
Yeah, that should be fine now. Is any? Why is it just 9:15? Okay, there you go. We're live. We're live.
In fact, the order already.
Yeah. Shoot effect. Shoot. Okay.
Okay, very good.
Okay, it's live. Cool.
Where's the presenter pen? Oh, okay.
We have three in our batch. How many minutes are there in
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of USAPPS 2025. First of all, give yourselves a big round of applause for making it here right when yesterday and the Yesterday was packed with insights, personal stories, and practical tips, and I hope you felt inspired, motivated, and maybe just a little bit more confident about your US education journey. Today, we're going to keep that momentum going, but we'll hear a bit more deeper stories. You'll hear from speakers who have been exactly where you are now. You'll get to explore the nuts and bolts of applications, and you'll walk away with actionable steps you can take as soon as you get home. So, let's get started with our very first session. Our first session today is all about applying to, where we'll get into the nuts and bolts of the application process, from SATs and English proficiency tests to recommendation letter to navigating application platforms like Common App. Our speaker, Aisha, Huda, and Camille, will share practical advice, insider tips, and the do's and don'ts to make your application process smoother. Please join me welcoming Arishida and Camille.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the USAPPS Day 2. For the first session, we're going to give you guys a brief snapshot and overview about what to expect in your application to the US. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about today we're going to be talking about the different application platforms that exist for US universities. We're going to go into a bit about the English proficiency test that you have to take. We'll also talk about the SATs. Should you take it? Should you not? How do you decide? Recommendation letters as well. How do you set up your recommenders for success? What goes into thinking about, who should I be asking for my recommendation letters? And then we'll do like a wrap up with some key action items you can take today to get started. If you're already set that, I want to go to the US. And then if you have some time for Q&A, we'll take a few questions. So introducing myself, my name is Camille. I'm a data science and statistics major. I'm focused in BioE in University of California, Berkeley.
My name is Arisha. I'm a junior at the University of Michigan doing computer science.
Yeah. So first of all, we're going to start with application platforms. I'm going to pass the floor to Arisha to talk about the Common App.
Before we start, I want to ask like how many of you have started your US application? Okay, so like less than half, I would say. So a lot of you haven't started it, and I want to introduce you to Common App. It's the largest application platform for US universities. There's like about 100, more than 1,000 institutions that are registered through Common App, and it's a centralized application. So like once you fill in your personal information and all the details, you can use the same information to apply to a number of universities. And each application has a fee, which is like on average cost about like $60, I would say. But there's also a fee waiver that I think a lot of us can get, and that actually can save you a lot. Like $60 is like 300 ringgit. And next, this is some information that you need for your application, and it includes your academic transcripts, and it starts from your, I think, form 4, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And I think you're gonna need those transcript, and you can start like ask for your class teachers for those documents in case you don't have them right now. And you can also start listing out your extracurricular activities, because there's this specific section on Common App that is gonna ask you for like up to like I think 10 like extracurricular activities, like your leadership roles and other stuff. There's also something about your family and education background, about your family income and economic background, your parents, and lastly about your test scores, which we're going to talk about more later. Next is this is another application platform that you could utilize. It's called Coalition for College, and it's used by about 150 institutions, including the famous ones like Harvard, University of Chicago, and Columbia. And this is different than Common App in the sense that its main mission is to support underrepresented and low-income students. So when you register or setting up the account on Coalition, you can kind of like choose if you wanna like have all your applications with. And it also has the My Coalition Counselor messaging platform, so they can assist you with your application for free. And this is, I think I'm gonna come back to this later after your UC introduction.
Okay, thank you, Arisha. So now we're going to talk about the UC application portal. So the UC application portal has just one application portal that allows you to apply to 9 different UC campuses. So there is a flat fee of $95 for international students. There is a fee waiver. However, that's really something only available for US citizens or permanent residents or people who attended a high school in California for 3 years and have graduated. And applications are actually already open on the 1st of August, if you guys don't already know. So if you guys haven't started an account yet with the UC application portal and you want to go to the UCs, you should actually go ahead and check it out. No better time than to start it now. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys a quick glance of the UC application portal itself. There's actually 7 sections. I'm not going to go into detail for every single one, especially about you, because I feel like that is something very intuitive to follow along. Just putting your basic biographic information, it should be fine there. I do want to talk about campuses and majors though. So something I wish I knew when I applied to the UC was that there is this policy called the high demand major policy. So in this page on campuses and majors, you select all your universities. So you can pick all 9, but of course, if you pick all 9 UCs, that's 95 times $9 you have to pay out of pocket. And for each campus, you have to select your major and your alternative major. Now, going back to what I said about something I wish I knew was some universities in the UC campus have a high demand major policy. So what that means is that if I apply into Berkeley, for example, I apply into data science, and they listed data science as a high demand major, then someone else who applied into, let's say, philosophy and decides later on that they want to do data science is going to have a very hard time switching. And the reason for that is because it's already, data science is a high demand major. So what will happen in that case is that not only will you have to write a whole separate other application process just to do that data science major, but they'll also consider your initial application to decide whether you should be someone who's doing data science. So this is not going to apply for every single UC, but I think it's good that you guys should be aware of this policy. So going in, you'll know like this policy exists, so I should be careful about what I want to pick and what I want to do. And the UC actually requires academic transcripts as early as Form 1. So on the portal itself, for Form 1 and Form 2, grade 7, grade 8, they normally just ask you about your algebra skills, like what math courses, what language courses you've taken. But moving on to grade 9, 10, 11, you just put in your, for example, if you came from an SMK background, you would put your Form 3, Form 4, Form 5 results. And then grade 12, for me, I took A levels. I put in my first year A level results or AS level. For test scores, this is where you put all international test scores related grades. So typically people do either the AP, IB, or the A levels, but some do even like a mix of both. So some do a bit of AP and a bit of A levels. But the test score section is where you put all international test scores. One of those few boards, even if you did STPM, you would put STPM, SPM. I don't know if PT3 is still a thing here, but when I was around, it was PT3, I put PT3 there. And there is a mandatory English proficiency results test section that you have to put in. So two of the more famous ones is IELTS and TOEFL. But we'll talk about this later on because there are some other options that might be a little cheaper. I know UCs at least they accept even like an English test from Duolingo, which is kind of cool to me. Okay, so activities and awards. UC application allows you to apply to 20. Does that mean you should apply to like put 20 in there? Probably not, unless you can tell yourself and be honest with yourself. These are all 20 different activities that I feel like are meaningful to who I am as a person. So with US applications, what I found is that they're giving you all these different tools, from recommendation letters to your personal insight question essays, to activities and awards to display different dimensions, different characters of yourself. So you should think about how you can make use of that strategically. But yeah, even the UCs themselves, you'll see on the portal, they prefer quality over quantity, so that should be your focus. Shouldn't be worried if you don't have 20 different activities to put on there. I certainly didn't have 20 activities either. But here are some examples. You can put awards and honors, any EC activities, volunteering activities. I'm pretty sure I put like extra course, I put like some machine learning course on Coursera from Andrew Ng also. And if you have any work experience as well. Regarding the personal insight, I won't go too deep into essay writing because I do believe you have a session on that today, so make sure you guys stay tuned for that. But personal insight questions are just an essay prompt. So they'll give you 8, but we only have to choose 4. And I think what's nice is that these PIQ prompts, the prompts themselves, don't really change that much or at all from year to year. So given that information, that means that you can look at what worked in the past and try to gain inspiration for your own writing for answering these prompts. So there's 8, you choose 4. And again, you have to select your prompts such that you can display different parts of yourself. Be more multifaceted in the sense as your character. And here's some personal tips from the UC, but you'll see that later on the application platform. Okay, scholarship support programs. This is also another thing I wish I knew. When you apply to the UCs, all international students are automatically, or all students in general, I guess, are automatically considered for a scholarship called the Regent Scholarship. So typically what happens is that if you find that you got admissions into the UCs early, that's typically a good indication that you are someone who's qualified for the Regent Scholarship. But typically, scholarship support programs do vary across UC campuses, so you have to look at each one, depending on your choice, to see do they have the scholarship and support programs that you want. But from what I've seen so far in my own experience, these support programs are normally mainly open for US citizens or like first-gen immigrants in the US as well. Okay, so that about concludes a snapshot of what UC application looks like. Applications are already open, so make sure you guys start an account if you want to go to UC. And the submission is between 1st of October to 2nd December 2025. So take note of deadlines, because I think we'll say over and over again during our talk that deadlines drive decisions, and you should be very aware of them as you do work on your application. Arisha, you want to talk about timelines, right?
So talking about deadlines, we're going to talk about like different types of timelines that we have for US university applications. The first one is we're going to talk about early decision, which starts around November 1st and ends around November 15th. It really depends on the university, so you have to check it yourself. And there's this term called binding, which means that if you apply to the university and you get accepted, you have to commit to the university, otherwise there will be some kind of penalty, which can be like, I think, as bad as getting blacklisted by the university. And you can only apply to one school for early decision, but you can still apply to other schools which has a regular decision timeline, but you must withdraw if you were to be accepted to the that one you see that you apply for early decision. And some examples of schools that offer early decision timeline is UPenn, Columbia, Duke, and NYU. And next is about early action. The timeline is quite similar to early decision, but it's not binding, it's not binding. So you don't have to commit if you are accepted. And yeah, I believe that you have there's a higher acceptance rate for early decision because of how committed you are. So yeah, and for early action, you can apply to multiple schools that offer early actions, and the application opens around November to mid-November. And regular decision is the standard deadline, and you can apply to as many schools as you want, and it opens as late as February 1, which is you wish. Yeah. Um, and the last one is rolling admission. There's no fixed deadline for this. You can still apply, but doesn't mean that you don't have to apply early, because there's a number of spots, and they're gonna open the applications until the spots are filled. So to be safe, you probably wanna like apply early. And some example that some universities that offer early admission is Penn State and Arizona State.
Okay. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the IELTS and TOEFL, and those other English proficiency tests that you can take. So for IELTS, I'll oversimplify. It's just a test that you take to show the UCs or to show universities that you have the required level of proficiency test to sort of communicate and understand English in a academic setting. So the ones that we're concerned with for the US specifically is the IELTS academic test, and it costs 920 ringgit. So I really suggest that you take this few months or earlier, because let's say you decide that, oh, my IELTS scores aren't good enough for the university that I want, you can always have the option to retake. Yeah, so briefly about IELTS, there's 4 key components. All of these are on a scale of 1 to 9. So 1 being bad, 9 being like, you guys are perfect. So there's listening, reading, writing, and speaking. So again, when I talk about what is a good score, this is something so highly personal to you, because your good score will just be dependent on the universities that you guys decide to choose. So what I do is figure out what universities I want early on, research like which universities like vibe with me, and then take the max of the required IELTS scores for all those universities, and that should be your target score. So I'll just go very quickly into what each component looks like. For listening component, they'll play you like some audio recordings. But what makes this kind of tricky for some people is that these audio recordings can have varying accents. So you have Australian accent, British accent. So at some point it becomes more of like, oh, like can I understand different accents speaking the same language? But yeah, it'll be MCQ, but if you get enough practice, and that really is the key to me, at least for me for IELTS, it's just practice, listening to these different kind of audios, and you should be able to answer these questions fine. Reading component as well, you just get 3 academic passages, answer 40 questions. It's a mix of MCQ, short answer questions, sentence completion type of questions. The writing component has 2 tasks. The first task is a data analysis, data summarization task. So in the first task, they'll give you like a pie chart, a bar chart, and you just have to like talk about what you see essentially in this graph. Like what can you compare, what can you contrast. For the writing task 2, it's a free response essay. So you can answer, they'll give you a prompt, you just answer from your own experiences and give some relevant examples. So you have good general knowledge, this is where you'll essentially shine. For the speaking component, there's three parts to this. So when you walk into the room, the interviewer will ask you like about yourself, what's your name, where you're from, any hobbies. After the interviewer, it's free flow, just like meeting someone new. But in the second task, they will essentially get a random topic, and then they'll give you 1 minute of time, and it's like an impromptu speech. Think about 1 minute what you want to say, and then in the next 1 to 2 minutes, talk about that topic freely. And in task three, once you're done, they're just gonna ask you follow-up questions on topic before. So something to know is that for me, I'm not sure if it was because of COVID, but I've read around and they said that there's something more common with the British Council is that although it's supposed to be a face-to-face interview, I had mine through a computer screen. So I was Zoom, but I guess my time was COVID. So I'm not sure if that changes, but yeah. So registration for the IELTS test in Malaysia, there's two main providers. There is the IDP and British Council. Now, the nice thing is that you can really pick either one because in either case you choose, the IELTS test is going to be identical in terms of content. Heck, even the price is the same. Like both will cost you 950 ringgit. So what goes into thinking about should I take IDP versus the British Council? Think about do I have a center near me? Is IDP or British Council nearer to me? Do they have test availability dates that work best for me? And do they have any promotions? Because sometimes they give you stuff like cashback or like additional prep materials for the IELTS. So these are what goes into thinking like should I take either or? Okay, I'll pass it to Arisha.
Thank you, Kamel. So there's this another English test, English proficiency test that you can take to use for your UC application, and it's called TOEFL IBT. So there are two kinds of TOEFL that you can use, and this is the more popular one that is used by international students. And the provider is English Test Services. And unlike IELTS, I believe that there's only one provider for TOEFL. Okay, so it's accepted by mostly US universities and other English-speaking institutions, and it has over 50 exam dates theory. And you can take it as many as possible, but you have to pay for every test you take, and it's only limited to once every 12-day period. And now there's two versions of TOEFL. One is home edition, and the other one is test center. And this is the price. It costs about 850 ringgit, which is slightly cheaper than IELTS. And you can get up to 4 official score reports. So basically, for some universities, they're gonna like ask you for your test score, and they're gonna ask you to like have the provider to send the test score to the institution yourself. You like reporting it using PDF or other documents. So you get like up to 4 official score reports from ETS, and you need to register the institutions that you wanna send it to before you take the test. So when I was taking it, I didn't know what this, and I had to pay like for all the institutions that I applied to. And after that, it's gonna cost about $30 for each score report per institution. And there's also like some additional services that you can use, which gonna charge you like a lot, I think. So it's better to like plan very early, like what uses you wanna apply to and which you're gonna use for the free score reports. And now we're gonna talk about scheduling TOEFL. So you really need to like consider your application deadlines, and you're gonna want to pick a test date that is at least 2 or 3 months before your earliest admissions deadline, which means that out of all the universities that you wanna apply to, which one has the earliest deadline, and you wanna take TOEFL 2 months before that deadline. Yeah, because some score reports, all score reports are sent to your recipients. Like as it takes like about 2 weeks for it to get delivered, and you have to make sure that it's delivered before the UC deadline. Yes, so this is about TOEFL home edition. So like I said before, there's two versions of TOEFL. One is home edition, and the other one is test center. They are basically like the same, like syllabus wise and price, but the only difference that you can take it from the comfort of your own room. And you're gonna have to like download this software called Porter, and they'll monitor you via your camera, your laptop camera, and screen share. And you're also gonna like install some other software before the test starts. And for there's also like some other tasks that you're gonna do to make sure that your device is compatible with this software. And if not, you can take the other version of TOEFL, which is the test center. You're gonna have to attend the test center, and they're gonna provide you with the devices. Okay, talking about the format, there are 4 sections of TOEFL. The first one is reading, listening, speaking, and then writing. And the total time is 2 hours, and there's no break. But you're gonna have to check in 30 minutes before to meet your proctor. It's gonna be like a real person behind the camera. And when you like enter the session, you're gonna have to like open your webcam and they're gonna see you, and you're gonna have to show your ears so that they can see that you're not wearing any headphones. And for those wearing hijab, you still like gonna have to like be like show the bit of your ear lah. Um, and then you're gonna have to show your room around. And since there's a listening section, you can like write down some notes when you're listening, but you can only use the whiteboard. And then you're gonna have to show that it's empty in the beginning and empty when you end the test, so that like there's no information leak. And if you're taking TOEFL after January 21st, there's gonna be some major change. So everything that I say is valid until January 21st next year. So I'm gonna talk a bit about the writing session because I think that's like can say like it's the hardest part of TOEFL. And so there are 2 writing tasks. The first one is integrated writing task. You're gonna read like a short passage and then listen to a short lecture and then write about what you think about it. And this is where you can utilize the whiteboard to write down some notes. And then the next one is writing for an academic task, which is the shorter essay. You can state and support an opinion in an online classroom discussion. And for this, you might wanna like practice this by reading some articles or like current news to make sure that you can like write like a solid opinion on these topics. It should not be that hard, yeah. And then you type your responses on a computer keyboard, both for like the test center version and the home edition. And it's gonna take about 30 minutes to complete the writing section. And for the grading, they're gonna use a combination of AI and also human ratings. And the raw scores are gonna be converted to a scale section of 0 to 30. And for the full score of TOEFL, it's gonna be 120. So since there are 4 sections, it's gonna be 30 times 4, which is 120. Yeah. So there's gonna be a minimum score for each university that you apply to, and you're gonna when you're like taking it, your target score should be like the minimum score on your university list, so that you can like apply to all the universities. And on average, I'm gonna say like to be safe, target 104 on TOEFL. Yeah, and for USAPPS is 80, and I think this is like English is 100 and YU is 100. There's also like a minimum score for each section, not just like the whole TOEFL. And on average, I would say that for each section, you're gonna want to score 26 out of 30. Some tips. So like I think the best way is like if you haven't taken TOEFL, try to take it the first time and see like where you are at, like your level, and you can start like design your practice plan accordingly. And you're gonna want to understand the test format so that when you take it the real day, you kind of like know what to expect. Familiarize yourself with the question types and time limits. Make sure that when you're like taking the mock test, you like actually simulate the real environment, practice in the room that you wanna take it. You're doing home edition. Um, and create a writing template. I think that's very helpful for me for the writing session. So like create a template like what's the the first paragraph, the second, how the what do you call it, the connectors, like kind of like SPM English to kid or like IGCSE. Yeah, and start early. Yeah, do it like I said 3 months before your earliest deadline. Do mock tests. There's a lot of resources available on the internet. You just have to search TOEFL practice, and it's gonna be like hundreds of websites. So there are other English proficiency tests that you can take other than IELTS and TOEFL. The first one is Duolingo English test, and it's quite accepted, well accepted in the US. I don't know about UK though, but it's so much cheaper than TOEFL and IELTS. It costs about 300 ringgit, and you can receive your result in 2 days. And also, there's also free official score report up to 40 institutions. Like for me, I think this is like low-key the best choice. I don't know why I took TOEFL. I think because I didn't know about Duolingo at that time. Do you wanna I think about Duolingo?
Yeah, I think something that you mentioned as well, if you're someone who's also pursuing other universities like the UK, obviously probably not the best to use Duolingo. For me, that's why I did IELTS because I was applying to both the US and the UK. That's something to think about as well. How can you, at the end of the day, it's about making the most out of your money, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and the other one is called Michigan English Test, which is developed by UH and UC of Cambridge, and it's accepted by the UC system of Georgia institutions, and others is test accepted in the US, but you can use it if you are applying to like jobs or like if they require English proficiency test, and it costs about $84, and you can choose if you wanna like uh, there's like two types of tests. There's two skill which include reading and writing, and the full set skill test which is all the writing, reading, speaking, and listening. Yeah. Okay. So what? How should you choose your English proficiency test? I think the first thing to consider is cost. Pick something that falls within your budget plan and the timeline. So make sure that the proficiency test that you want to take offer an exam date that is appropriate for your application deadline. And also, if you're planning to apply to like not just US, maybe the UK or like some other regions, you're gonna wanna consider like for example, IELTS is generally preferred in the UK compared to TOEFL. So you might wanna take IELTS instead of TOEFL if you're planning to apply to the UK. Yeah, and number four is similar to number three. Do you wanna add anything?
I think you covered it. Okay, SATs. So before we go into what even is the SATs, I think it's very important to recognize should you even take it. So there's three kinds of test policies when it comes to the SATs. You have test mandatory, which means you have to take it, otherwise you can't even submit your application. There is test optional, which means if your SAT scores are good enough and really high, typically over like the 1500s, for example, then you can choose to submit your SAT scores as supplementary material. And then there's test blind, so test scores that are not considered. So for context, when I was applying, MIT had a test mandatory policy, so I had to submit my SAT scores there. And because it was test mandatory, it also meant that I had to take the SATs. But let's say you only wanted to go to the UCs, for example, then there's no real reason for you to take the SATs because the UCs are test blind. So you save a couple hundred ringgit there. But yeah, so when you're doing your individual research into like these different universities, make sure you look at the test policies. And that will help you determine whether you should even take the SATs in the first place. So, okay, this is a lot, but I'll condense it. SATs, essentially two parts. There is a reading and writing section and a math section. So when I took SATs, it was on paper, but now the SATs are fully digital. And I found out that what's nice is that when I was doing it on paper, when you did the SATs, they would give you like a long 85-line passage that you have to read, and then you answer some multiple choice questions afterwards. But then for digital SATs, what they've done is instead of giving you 85 lines and spamming them in your face, they give you like a short passage and they give you multiple choice questions to answer based on that short passage only. So the reading and writing section is going to be 800 points and the math section is going to be 800 points. I found that for the math section, I think if you have like basic like SPM level maths, you should be able to get by fine. What's really tricky for most people is actually the reading and writing section, because the questions can get really tricky. Again, you need to learn your grammar rules. Actually spend time in the theory of like English essentially, versus then just like, I think this sounds right, because those kind of like gut intuitions can really get you sometimes in the SATs. So you should have like solid fundamentals in like comprehension, grammar rules, and things like that. Okay.
So yeah, about registration, the provider for SAT is called College Board, and you can set up an account through their website. And you have to take note of the dates that they offer. It's usually available throughout the fourth quarter of the year, and also like some in May, June, and July. So on average, it's for like probably like 1, 2, 3, 5 in a year, every month at the fourth quarter, and then start practicing early. Like that's very important. Like actually start early. So about the cost, it costs about 470 ringgit. And there's not going to be any charge for the first 4 reports that you want to send. If you order 9 days before your, yeah, no, sorry, 9 days after the test date. And it's going to cost like 64 ringgit after that per report.
Something I'll add as well that I forgot to mention was that the SATs have this policy called super scoring. So what super scoring is let's say I have a bad exam day. That day I did super good on my math section. I get 800, but I get like a 400 on the reading and writing section. Okay, never mind. You can take the exam again in the future, the second time. Now let's say that exam, the second exam, you get 800 on reading and writing, but your math is now 400. So what's nice about the SATs is they have a super scoring policy, which means that I take the best of your two sections. So you got 800 last time for maths, we got 400 this time, then I take the 800 instead. You got 400 for reading your first time, the 800 for it now, and I take the 800 for your reading and writing section. So with that, something to keep in mind. So for me, when I did the SATs, I took two exam days because you can never expect how you're going to perform on an exam. So I think what's nice is that something I found about the US education system is they don't let one bad exam day determine your entire sort of like academic trajectory. So this is something for you to make use of, and definitely do keep this in mind as you schedule your exam days.
Thank you for adding that. And there's also a fee waiver for SAT that you can apply to, and make sure to apply at least 2 weeks before your registration deadline. Okay, some tips for SAT. For the reading or writing part, just do the mock test. That's the first thing. And you want to focus on these concepts like vocabulary, grammar rules, reading comprehension, transitions, logical flows. And there's a bunch of tools that you can use to practice, like Khan Academy, Erica, Puzzles, or UWorld. And I think time management is one of the important things that you want to make sure you learn before you taking the test, because you only have like 1 minute per question, and make sure that when you have to move quickly, and then avoid second guessing unless you are sure that you know the answer. So make sure that before you leave the question, you already answer it, unless you know that when you come back you know the answer. Because like yeah, it's there's gonna be like 47 questions, and you won't have time to like come back. And for the math section, I'm gonna say that there's no calculus, so that's easier than SPM. So these are some math area that they focus: algebra, problem solving, data analysis, geometry, and functions. And no four formulas in your head. They're gonna provide like some formulas, but make sure that you know it so that you can save time during the test. And there's also gonna be a calculator, but I'm gonna advise to like for you to like not use it because it's gonna take some time and practice mental math. Mental math. There's also some other resources that you can use like College Mental Math, Khan Academy. That's the one that I use mostly.
Okay. Now into recommendation letters. So what are recommendation letters? They're basically a third person POV of, hey man, like I met this person was in my class for a few years, really great person. I think you should send this person to Harvard, for example. So recommendation letters basically helps the college admissions board understand who you are as a person from a third person's POV. So how many recommenders do you need? It's going to depend. So for the Common App, I do believe you need one counselor's recommendation and 1 to 2 teachers' recommenders. People normally shoot for 2 recommendations. At the UCs themselves, they don't actually need a recommender. But some portals like MIT, they have their own custom application portal. You're going to have to set up your recommenders on their application for themselves. So just pay attention, for example, schools in Texas, MIT, they have their own application portal. So you're going to have different needs that I don't think we really quite covered today. But yeah, so how do you choose your recommender? Typically, choose someone who knows and understands you well as a person. Typically, like a coach, a mentor, most frequently, it's going to be your teacher. But let's say that you don't really talk to your teachers, and that does happen, and that's okay. When you approach your teachers, you want to make sure that we're helping them or setting them up for success when writing your recommendation letters. So there are 2 things I recommend when going about doing this. The first one is prepare a brag sheet, and it's exactly as it sounds. You want to talk about everything you've done since Form 1. Heck, if you did tough in primary school, also you can add it there. But the point is, you want to tell them your life story, your achievements, and maybe anecdotes that in your life that might help them write your recommendation letter. At the end of the day, we're asking them for help, right? So we should be helping them or helping them make their jobs easier. And finally, communicate deadlines and follow up politely. I can't tell you how many times I've heard like some of my friends say like, "Oh, I asked this teacher, a deadline is coming up, but I heard nothing back." Then you ask, did you ask your teacher again? You follow up like a few weeks because people get busy. Like their life is not, doesn't revolve around you, right? So something super important: take action, take accountability, and actually do make an effort to follow up politely. And because sometimes you realize that this person just doesn't have enough time to write my recommendation letters, then you have someone else on the string to ask them to help write your recommendation letters. So yeah, these are the 2 things I would really recommend when you think about setting up your recommenders for success.
Next, I'm going to talk about the registration. And I'm going to focus on Common App because I feel like that's what most of you are going to use anyway. So you're going to have to send an invitation to your recommender in order for them to create an account. And each recommender has a different type of form to fill, and there's like a number of recommenders, and it's different for each applicant. So there's like 2 types of applicant on Common App. The first one is first year applicant, and the second one is transfer applicant. And you can see like for transfer applicant, there's like different recommender types. And recommenders, when they create an account and they open their portal, they're gonna have to explain their relationship with the applicant and also upload a letter of recommendation. It should be like self-navigatable. So you can just share them the link to create an account, and then they can like navigate by themselves from there. And one more thing is about school profile. So I think the recommender also have to, or counselor have to submit a school profile for the applicant. And what's school profile? It's about it's a document containing contextual data about your school. It includes can you like go back? Student demographics, curricular offerings, grading system, and also like some special programs and school policies. And it's usually written or provided by a school official or counselor. And this is an example of a school profile. You should have a school letterhead to make sure that it's like official. And this is some things that are on the document. Yeah, should be. Yeah, you can like try if your school doesn't have one, you can try approach your counselor and provide them with an example. Next, okay. So to wrap up our session, what can you do now?
So number one, I guess most important, where everything starts, is research the colleges that you want to apply to, build a college list, and after you've built this college list, create an application tracker. We said at the start, timelines drive your own decisions, and timeline drives what you do next. So once you fill out this college list, pay attention to what kind of enrollment you want to go into these universities. Is it like early action, early decision, regular decision? Um, Essentially, create this app tracker to keep track of all the deadlines, your required scores, required documents. It's going to save you a lot of, oh shoot, I forgot I was supposed to apply to MIT a few nights ago. And I find you list out potential recommenders as well. So remember, like I said, there were so many instances where I've heard from friends saying that, oh, I had this recommender, but he bailed out on me last minute. This wouldn't happen if you have a solid list of recommenders and you keep following up politely. Um, and yeah, start your essays early. I think Arisha mentioned about starting things early. So whether it's essays, test scores, sitting for your, if you're planning to sit on SAT, start practicing early, IELTS, start practicing early. Begin brainstorming a personal statement now. So something people said about the US application journey is that it's a journey of like self-deep reflection and projecting that and putting it on a piece of paper. Now for me, when I first heard that saying, I didn't think much of it. Like, so what? But then after I finished the application, is when I actually understood that you've gone through this time of like self-reflection and you being very honest and transparent with who you are as a person and putting that on paper. So these things don't come overnight. Reflections don't come overnight. So you're gonna have to start thinking about this early.
Yes, you're gonna definitely be like a new person after the application period. And there's also some financial aid and scholarship that you can explore. If you don't have one like before applying to the university, you can try explore the financial aids that each university offers. And also some scholarships that are available in Malaysia or in the US. And lastly, take care of yourself. This process can be like very, very overwhelming. And make sure that you ask for help if you like feel anything. And yeah, and don't compare your journey to others. Like everyone has like their own progress and progress. Some resources that you can use for application workshops, there's USAPPS. And for mentorship or essay reviews, there's College Lab and also Unisphere, which is our partner for this event. For pre-departure programs, there's NAMSA and also Education USA. Follow their Instagram account for events. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. We'll take any questions if you guys have any. Yeah. So any questions? Okay. Go for it. Okay, so the question was, how long does it take to fill up the Common App questions?
Should not take that long for you to type in the information, but it's going to take you some time for like obtain all the information like your school transcripts because you have to like get your grades from as early as Form 3, I think, or I don't know what's the equivalence of that in grade
Grade 9.
9, yeah. And it's, huh? Hmm? Sorry? You still gonna need a transcript for like showing your grades. And also, one thing I forgot to add is you have to translate or like provide an English translation for your transcript. So you're gonna have to like do it yourself. Yeah, so you're gonna have like create a document and then, yeah, but you have to make sure that everything's the same.
Yeah. To add to that, right? I personally had a lot of trouble explaining what I was doing with the transcripts because when I had to get my SMK results, I went to the SMK Form 1 to Form 5. What I had basically done was I basically forged the letterhead on accident, which I didn't know you're not supposed to do that. And then I had to find out all my results from Form 1 to Form 5. Something I should have done actually was actually go to the school itself, go back to the school, and then talk to the admissions office or the counselor office to help them type out my letterhead and all the school transcripts that I have. So I think for law schools, this might be a process that's not like super familiar for them, like people going overseas, going to the US, needing these like special documents. So it's going to be very personal to which school you went to in the past for SMK. And you just have to talk to them and tell them what you need X, Y, Z, and hopefully hopefully it'll help you out. But this is definitely something I feel like you should sort of start communication early. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said that the filling process is not gonna be long, but the process that like communicating with your old teachers, reaching out to them, going to your old school is gonna take some time. So start like probably months before your deadline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Any
Thank
other
you for your
questions?
question. Over it. If you skip the grade, that's a good question. Um, I'm not too sure actually. Let me look into it, and I'll let you know. Um, okay, so the question was, can we share like any EC activities that we did before?
Before like in high school? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can add it to your extracurricular list.
Or you want to know like what we did? Oh, okay, okay.
What
What
we
EC?
did?
Yeah, what we did. So I guess to share for
Oh.
me, it was more of things like I did debate. I also did a lot of work with NGOs, a lot of like social welfare programs. I would go to like different communities, and basically, my whole thing was that I wanted like provide like all these toys to like kids. So I would go around and providing these toys. I also did workshops on child rights. Did some programs with UNICEF, and I did a lot of personal projects as well. But back then I was like more CS, but now I'm more data science. I built a lot of personal websites. And also I did some work with researchers at MIT. So I like basically I just cold email them, tell them like, oh, if you need like extra help remotely even, um, would you like be willing to like get on a quick call? So there's really like a lot of things you can do. But for me, it was mostly research, personal projects, and social welfare projects, and just like giving workshops to children.
Yeah, for me, mostly I didn't do much in high school, just like some student organizations. But I think you're gonna wanna, if you don't have like much on your resume, you're gonna wanna like kind of like compensate for that during your pre-UC, like literally now. Yeah, so there's a bunch of like student organizations that you can join, or you can also like start your own. Yeah, I think if you're like into programming or anything, you can start doing personal projects, or if you're into research, you can start reaching out to universities, professors, just call email them and ask for like Camel lead. Other than that, just get more involved with your community. Yeah.
Let's say I have both a high school certificate and, for example, foundation, transcript, or certificate. Which section of Incomena does my foundation certificate fall under? Is it like extracurricular or is it academic result? Yeah,
I think they're gonna ask for like graduation certificate, just your grade transcripts. So yeah, so for foundation, it's gonna be equivalent to grade 12 in high school. If you took like as yeah, I think it's gonna fall under high school. Or if you wanna like do like transfer application, you can also like do that as your like first year, or like yeah, you're gonna like use a transfer application of a first year application as a transfer as a first year. Yeah, and also for me, I did American degree program, and I applied as a first year applicant in the beginning. But after I submitted my application, they converted my application into a transfer because I have like some extra credits. Yeah. Uh, I see. Yeah. They don't, but it depends on the universities. Yeah. Yeah, you can use it as your grade book. Yeah. Any other questions? Yeah. I think what I did was I logged into my SAPS because I went to SMK. I think it's called USAPPS, right? Yeah, and they should still have your report from Form 1 or grade 9. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes.
So what I did was I did all the translation. I got all my scores myself, and I just came up to the office one day and said, "Can you put your school letterhead on this and verify my results?" But I did all the translation work. I went on that like online portal system, or if you have any records of it, and like did the whole. Like this is what I got Form 1, Form 2, Form 3.
Yeah, and one thing you're gonna want to like contact all these like teachers from your early secondary school from now, really. Yeah. Any other questions?
I'll take one more question if there are any questions. Okay. No questions on the slide either. I think we're good. I'll get back to you on your questions. Let me look as well.
I'm also gonna be here for this one.
So I have already asked that question to another person, but just to have your opinion. Let's say I have TOEFL, but it will expire soon, like in the beginning of December. But I'm applying in November. Is it possible if my criteria is eligible for application is enough? Can I apply with that result and then attach one new result? Is it possible or better not to do this?
Yeah. So before that, I wanna add that TOEFL expires. It has like 2 years, right? Yeah. It's gonna expire within 2 years. And you said that you wanna like use your. It's gonna expire in December, and then you're gonna apply using that old TOEFL, and then you take new one. I'm not really sure about that. I think you have to ask the university admission, like our probation, see how different it is. But maybe you can, for now, you can use your old TOEFL score.
All right. Thank you for listening, everyone. I hope we managed to clear up some doubts about what you have to do, things about reaching out to your old school teachers. Yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any more questions. More than happy to answer those questions.
Yeah, one last question before we end. Can I not submit my Form 3 and Form 4 results? Because it's really bad. No, you're gonna have to, yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Okay, so even if it's really bad, okay, for example, speaking of really bad, Form 4, I failed admits the whole year. But I did not pass once during my Form 4 time doing admits. And that didn't stop me from applying, and it certainly shouldn't stop you, because at least for the US, it's like if you do bad, but you have like a positive like rate of growth as a person, that's gonna value more than like one mishap that you have in that 1 year. So don't let that stop you essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, still submit it, but don't worry about it essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think.
Nothing to add, but I'm gonna be around here if you have like any other questions. Yeah, thank you for listening and for the application.
Thank you so much, Aisha, Vida, and Camille, for such a clear and detailed breakdown of the application process. If you guys have any more questions, follow-up questions that you want to ask that you didn't get a chance to ask on Slido, or if you asked but it wasn't addressed, feel free to ask them afterwards. So we'll move on to the next session. We're looking at a part of the application that really lets you stand out, which is extracurricular activities. Mind you, grades are not the only thing that matters in the US application. Your extracurricular matters too. Let's welcome Angel and Isaac to show us on how to frame our activities for maximum impact and how to balance quality and quantity and how to show growth and leadership in ways that matter to admissions officer. Let's welcome Angel and Isaac to the stage.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Morning, everyone. All good? How is it so far? Okay. Okay. So we're going to start off with extracurriculars for today. But first thing, I just want to ask a quick question. Who here can raise your hands if you are 100% confident what extracurriculars really are? Raise your hands. 100% confident. Maybe 90% confident what extracurriculars really are. No? 70%? Okay, I can see it. Yeah. Thank you, Marcus. Okay. All right. Okay.
So, Isaac, actually, what exactly are extracurriculars?
And that is something that we're going to be delved deeper into in our session today. All right. So, hello everyone. My name is Isaac. I'm a mathematics and public policy major at the University of Chicago.
And I'm Angel. I'm doing electrical engineering at Stanford University.
Yeah. Okay. So the question that we raised just now is about what exactly counts as an extracurricular, right? So extracurricular is something that all of us are really familiar with. I think ever since we were in high school or primary school, we've all been involved in everything that is involved that is beyond academics. So it can be about societies, it can be about organizations, it can be about sports, for example. And those are exactly what extracurriculars really are. And the definition doesn't change. The meaning is still the same. So it's literally the activities that you do beyond academics. So academic is all about taking exams. But the things that you do beyond that, for example, again, getting into sports, getting into Olympiads, competitions, those are all counted as an extracurricular, to be simple. Okay? And extracurriculars, by definition here, is things that you do beyond school hours that say something about you. So something you need to highlight here is something that really says about you as a person. Okay, so in application, usually the academic transcript or the academic achievements is a bypass of what your university really requires. But what really defines you as a person and what really defines you as someone that the universities should choose is by your extracurriculars. And this is how you showcase your niche or your specialty in getting into university.
But Isaac, I think like extracurricular is it's like an umbrella term, it's like a broad term. So what are the kinds and categories of ECA?
Yes, very good question. So what are the kinds or the categories of ECAs are, something you have to take note as well. So we have three major components. So the first one is academic, second one is passion, and the third one is giving back or community service. So academic I would say, is quite self-explanatory. So subject-related ECAs, for example, coding, if you've taken Olympiads, or anything that is related to essay competitions, anything that is related to the subject matter or something that you really want to pursue in your major as well, that is considered as academic type of extracurriculars. And passion is all about sport or music or photography. So for example, I used to play violin, so my passion is in violin, for example. And other people, they are into sports like running, tracks and fields. So those are something that you're really into. And it can be something that you really are not forced to actually do it. So that is passion. So that is also counted as extracurricular. And last one is giving back. And that really segues to our last one, which is community service. So we have volunteering, we have student government, those that really contribute to your personal growth and professional growth. I believe that majority of us here are very much involved in having that leadership titles or having that positionship in any of the student bodies or volunteer organizations before this. So those are considered as giving back or community service in that sense. Yeah.
But if there's like so many types of ECA, do we actually need like all of them?
Ideally, if you do have all of these components, yes, you can include it and it's good for you. But if I were to be really honest, you don't really have to have all of them. And I personally do not have all of them as well. And I believe our seniors here do not have all of them too. So once you have that certain thing or that particular thing that you are really passionate about, then you can highlight that in your essay. So you don't necessarily have to have all academic passion and giving back or all of the components here. But what we say here is impact matters more than broad partnership. So what that means is that the extracurricular that you are involved in should actually highlight you as a person. So when we say highlight over here is ask yourself a question. So does this extracurricular involvement is some type of like title that you just want to put in your CV? If that's the case, that's fine. But how does that actually develop your growth as a person? So that is the impact that really matters in articulating your extracurricular part or component in your essay application. And last one is you must remember, I think our last presenter also mentioned, that academics should be the first priority, and that is the first pathway to get into universities. And extracurricular is something that you can build up more about yourself and showcase who you truly are. Because in terms of academics, we have thousands of people who have straight A stars wanting to apply to the same universities as yours. But what makes you shine as a person is how you can actually highlight from your extracurricular involvement. Okay. So we have supercurriculars and extracurriculars. I think just another quick question is: have you heard of anyone here who've heard of supercurriculars before this? Can you raise your hand? Good. Okay. So we have supercurriculars and extracurriculars. So what exactly are the differences between supercurriculars and extracurriculars, right? Let's say if, since both of us are STEM major, personally for me, I prioritize more on supercurriculars. So Olympiads, competitions, so those are counted as supercurriculars. So as definition stated here, supercurriculars is subject specific that demonstrates your enthusiasm and passion towards the course. So if you're really intending to actually major in data science or mathematics related courses, then try your best to actually highlight that supercurriculars aspect. But let's say if you wanted to actually major in economics, let's say, then I believe that extracurriculars matter more. For me personally, I don't major in public policy and mathematics, but I first applied as a mathematics major. So I highlighted that Olympiad courses and competitions first. But what really helps me to get into public policy at Harvard School in Chicago is my involvement in self-development initiatives. So, for example, volunteering, being an officer in one of the organizations really helps me to double major in public policy, for example. So those two are important. So let's say if you're really unsure about wanting to actually go into STEM field or want to go into like a more of a economics field, then try your best to actually balance between your supercurricular and extracurricular. But by definition here, extracurricular, how is it different? Is that it's not subject specific, and it's focusing more on development of skills, not related to the course itself. So those are the very different things regarding in between supercurriculars and extracurriculars.
Yeah, and then like Isaac, because you mentioned you are in math major, and then you also mentioned like Olympic, like all of those like very niche academic wise things. So actually, what do you do in your like application? How do you phrase all of those academic things?
Yes, and I think that is a really good question and something you can ask yourself as well. So we have, thank you so much, Angel, for that question. But this is specifically what works for me, and I believe that perhaps you can also think about it if you wanted to also pursue a mathematics and economics major. But we have 5 major alternatives, so like layers over here. And the first one should come from the big question of why. So why you join that extracurricular or involvement in the first place. It can be why do you decide to join a volunteering organization, or why do you decide to join a society or a project or a program in the first place, right? So the question of why, you should actually ask yourself, for example, what would I miss the most if I had to stop doing this tomorrow? So let's say you are in a project or you are an executive in any of the organizations and you have been experiencing that growth for the past couple of months. But what happens if you stop doing it tomorrow? Think about it and reflect on yourself. And what kind of like opportunities would you, in a way, not get if you stop doing it tomorrow? And the next question is, what's something weirdly specific I love about doing this activity? It can be as simple as, for example, taking meeting minutes. It can be as simple as meeting other people, for example, because that is also personal growth. Like connecting with people, gaining new knowledge and everything. And the fourth layer of crafting an essay is try to ask yourself, what's the moment you feel like you didn't deserve this position? So this is the way you angle your thought a bit differently. So for example, if you are currently a president of any of the organization, so what do you think you have that other people don't have that you are in a position right now? Or what do you think is something that you feel like I'm lacking and I need to actually develop myself better? So for example, for me, I'm involved in a couple of, for example, leadership positions. And I feel like one thing that I really wanted to develop is my people management skill. So in terms of like interacting with people, in terms of like resolving conflicts. So how do I actually address that is something I include in my extracurriculars essay or component of essay as well. And the middle layer is something that I felt like I didn't belong. So sometimes I felt like I didn't belong, and what made me stay anyway. So this is, I think, is a common thought as well. So, for example, if you're in an organization and at one point you felt like, oh, other people actually deserve this more than me, and but or I kind of like feel like I miss other opportunities because I am involved in this extracurricular. For example, if you're in sports, I believe that you might be missing out of many major academics classes, for example. So you felt like, oh, if I do not have this extracurricular, I might have gotten more knowledge in classes, for example. But what makes you stay in sports anyway? Just try to reflect yourself on that. And what's the moment during this activity that made you feel alive? I think this is a very I would say a simple question you have to ask yourself on, again, what made you stay this in this organization as well, or what made you choose this extracurricular activity and felt like you wanted to pursue more or continue doing it. But it all comes down to what can I now do, feel, or understand that I absolutely couldn't before this experience. So what this means is, whatever extracurricular that you're doing, so try to think about what has this activity given you that you will carry it forever. So it can be about sports. What has that sport given you or provided to you that you can carry it after you even graduate in university as well? Because you have 4 years in United States universities. So you apply as freshman, but once you are in senior year, did that involvement still related to you in some senses, for example? Or has it completely gone entirely out of your personal development, that achievement, for example? So these are the couple of questions that you can ask yourself while also crafting your essay. And yeah.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of questions that you have, but we're just like throwing things that for you to reflect in the future. So a lot of them like they think about the word spike, and maybe Isaac, you can explain a bit like what is spike.
Yeah. So think of your application essay as a shape, like a geometry. So you have well-rounded. So well-rounded meaning that you're good in everything, or like a jack of all trades, right? But you also need to have a spiky little thing. So spike means that like a towering strength that you have in your application. That is exactly spike, right? And I believe that majority of us are very much involved in many different things. So we have presidential roles, we have leadership roles, we have many other sports, like music, and other things that we're involved in. But what is something that you really feel like you are doing it best, or something that has really impacted you in your life? So what I personally would advise is try to try to actually list down what are your spikes. For example, project management, or for example, violin, piano forte, or something like that, and try to list down the 3 to 4 top choices as one of your spikes. So those are the couple of things that you can do. And in terms of spike, I believe that as a student, this is something I also experienced. I've always wanted to include everything that I do because I believe that those are all important, like equally important. But what makes essay impactful is how you actually focus on the depth of it and not the breadth of it. So what that means is that try to pick one or two that really showcase you as a person and that really has impacted you as a person as well. It doesn't really have to be like a very extravagant, bombastic involvement. It can be as simple as, for example, you cook for anyone, for example, or you cook for volunteering organization, for example. It doesn't really have to be like, oh, I'm a president of something, and I'm involved in strategizing, blah, blah, blah. No, it doesn't really have to be that. If that is fake, then exclude it. But if your very minor role that you feel like is a minor title has more impact than your presidential title, then try to focus on that because that is how you actually craft your essay better in that sense. So that is exactly spike. So my take is to aim to paint a picture of how you'll be at university campus. So spiking or not, you can definitely make it work. And basically how to show a spike, right? Just like I mentioned just now, is you have common app. So common app is the list of activities that you have done. So you have your honors, you have your activities, you have everything that you have done, right? So you have again your awards, accolades, and everything. But remember that description matter, the descriptions in terms of like how involved are you in the accolades definitely matter. And second thing is your personal statement, but do remember that personal statement has limit. So this is when you prioritize which spike do you want to showcase in your extracurricular component. And medium tree, it all comes down to why first. So for example, U Chicago has very unhinged questions. I'm not sure if you guys have gone through this, but one of our supplemental questions asks us about For example, I got a question, write an essay that is inspired by a huge size mustard. So how do you explain that? Or they will ask you a question about try to find X, but they won't show you what is exactly X. Just find X, something like that. So that is the kind of questions that you will, receive from Chicago specifically. So this is how you showcase your extracurricular involvement as well. So for example, if they ask you to find X, then what I did is I relate back to my violin experience. X is a high C for one of the concerts in Paris in France. So you relate it back to your extracurricular involvement. And what is exactly X? X can be like a metaphor. I know it sounds very pretentious, but you have to be braggy. So what I would advise is, for me personally, I have like a brag sheet. I call it as a brag sheet, or I call it as a dump, idea dump. So try your best to just dump everything that you have and brag it in that sheet. Brag everything you have achieved, and pick one or like pick a couple of brag, involvement that you think is impactful. But one important thing is try not to how do I say, like, be overconfident about it as well, and showcase more on the quantifiable impact that you can make in your essay. Yeah. And what else? And yeah, I think from all these sharings, if you do have any questions, you can write it down and just ask us at the end of the session. But from what I have shared, we will share with you how do you actually portray your extracurricular in your essay specifically. Yes, take it away.
Thank you, Isaac. Can I have the point?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I think Isaac really have a like very holistic like framework for your own like what is extracurricular, what you can include it. But I will take the session where how do you actually frame that and how do you stand out in your application. So this is the two main portal that you will be using, Common Application and also the UC application, University of California, one of the state's university. And as I think all of you might know that Common Application, you have only 10 sections. So imagine you have 100 activities. So which 10 of it that you want to include in your application? And also for UC, they are more lenient, so you can include 20 of it. And don't be like, they only like provide like the description section. There's only 250 characters for you, which is not much. It's not like a resume for you to list all of your achievements. By the time you list, you won this international physics Olympiad, something else, you are at the end of the word limit. So this is where you actually need a lot of strategy and putting in a lot more effort in phrasing them. And also, I would like to point out, so for example, like Common Application, there's question that prompt you, how many hours have you spent in this per week? And how many weeks are you been doing it per year? So they go like very deep. They really boils down to the nitty gritty of like what is your commitment in those activities. So that are the things that we are going to look more in the next few slides.
Yeah, I think a quick question is that you mentioned about the framework and everything, but we do have different stages of how do you actually craft your essays, right? So maybe you can speak further on that.
Yeah, I know like the crafting part might be quite intimidating and demanding. Just a quick question, Isaac, how long have you take to like craft your entire like, extracurricular section?
Yeah, if I were to be really honest, it's more than 1 month, but the brainstorming part essentially takes from way back when I was in high school, if I were to be honest, yeah.
So for me also, like I think like everyone here, we took at least like months and like weeks to go from stage one, like reflection, brainstorming, and then at the part, like the last is editing stage. But I would say don't put too much time on just editing. You need as much like 50% of the time in the reflection, in the brainstorming stage. Because if you don't have a good content, whatever you write is just it's not useful. It doesn't help you to stand out in your application. And for reflection, what I mean is not just the list or the things that you have done before, but what are the values that push you to do all of those things. So some question for you to ponder is like, what get you started in doing the activities that you're doing? So for example, I'm learning piano. I know both of us are musicians. Yeah. So I learned piano since 6 years old. And the reason I started is because my mom asked me to. So that's like just a simple reason. But what keeps you going? Like what are the motivations that push you through the past 12 years, 20 years of doing that kind of thing? And also, that what are the challenges in between? What have you faced during the process? So these are the things that you can reflect on, not just when you are sitting in front of the computer. Like Isaac, when do you like actually have those kind of
If I were to be honest, most of my content or reflection comes from when I was about to sleep. So I believe that you do have to have that sense of what do you call it, attention to detail and note it down in your phone. For example, if you do have any ideas, you just note it down straight away because those ideas come naturally, and you cannot force yourself to actually sit and write your essay. That is not natural, and that is not authentic. So what you can do is once you have the idea, note it down, keep it in a centralized document, and refer to it once you stop writing.
Yeah. So don't be too stressed in like the reflection stage. It's just like a slow process. When you're writing it down, you will like naturally come up with a lot of ideas of things that you have done before. So as Isaac mentioned, after you have the idea, please note it down, write it somewhere. And it's not just like writing in a bullet point. There's a few more helpful ways for you to write things down. So have you all heard of college essay guide? Can you all like raise your hand if you do? Yeah, if you have not, it's okay, but it's just a blogger on the internet. You can just search college essay guide. They provide like a lot of the resources for US university. He even go through every single question of the supplemented and how you can answer them in a better way. So this is one of the very weird name exercise that they call the BVs, which stands for the best extracurricular activities that I've ever seen, something like that. Yeah. So basically, when you are brainstorming and writing it down, you can think of it as a timeline, like from a previous, present, and in the future. You start off when something happened. What are the situations? And then in that situation, what is the problem? What have you solved? What have you like? What did you do? And then after that, you move on to what have you learned? So it's like a process. After you solve the problem, what have you learned? And then in the future, how are you going to apply things that you have learned in the future, in your future pursuit? So when you are brainstorming, write it down as an essay, as a story that you want to tell to your friends. So for example, you can just text your friends and say, oh, I remember in the high school I did this and then what happened. Just like share all of these things and write it down in the document. It would be very, very helpful for you when you're editing. If you have any question, please like note it down, okay? And then after that is the editing stage. So there's a few do and don't. I know this is very generic. All of you know. Don't have grammar mistake. Don't put acronyms. Don't just like I attended this like AIU competition. There's someone from the US university. They don't even know what is AIU. They don't even know like for example there's a huge NGO organization called ISAC. What is ISAC? They don't really know all of this. So if you really want to say in a way that they understand because they are not from Malaysia. And also proofread it and then make sure you like include, if you can, put more numbers, like show but not like just telling what you have done. And what I mean like don'ts, the fourth one, generic and vague statement, is like, for example, like anyone wants to be an engineering student here? Engineering people. Yeah. I know it's very easy for you to write, okay, I built robots. I love coding. But you know, in MIT admission, all of the thousands of applicants that they have, everyone loves coding, everyone builds robots. So what are the things that makes you stand out in those process? Is how you frame your extracurricular in a way that is compelling. So for example, if you build robots, you can like include a deeper purpose of why you built the robot, why you built a system that you want. Example, I also took it from like some influencers, they just share about it. So you build something like a reader to help those who are blind, who are deaf, to navigate the MRT station, for example. So that is how you show you are an innovator who has the empathy, who cares for the people around you. For example, you love coding, but it's not just code for fun. You can actually do something like a code, a tools for like ethical AI for some financial institution. So instead of in your application, you write, I love coding. That's what I want to show to MIT admission that I want to get into MIT. But instead you write it like I built tools for democracy. I built tools to promote something that is like bigger for your more like transparent financial institution. So be careful of when you are stating your activities. don't be too generic. Okay?
I think we have all heard about the niche, or you have to have like a unique specialty, right? But like Angel mentioned, like everybody who's doing engineering, doing programming, or if you want to apply to Stanford, Harvard as well, they've all been doing the same thing. We're doing as well. But how do you actually make yourself stand out?
I think that's a very, very hard question because if everyone stands up, then it feels like it's the same. And then in like top university, they doesn't lack of valedictorian people who have like all A's. They don't like there's hundreds of people who come from an Olympiad background. They won international awards. They have so many incredible, like amazing opportunities. Maybe because they are from a privileged background. They're like this, but for us, you can phrase it in a way that is activities plus your deeper purpose, your passion, or activities plus your identity. So like a few good examples that I really look up to is, for example, you are interested in linguistic, like sociology, but who you are as a person in Malaysia, we are very in a very special position. Malaysia is a colonized, a colonized country, and for myself, maybe I'm interested in Cantonese slang instead of I'm interested in Mandarin. I'm specifically interested in Cantonese slang, how it evolved after the colonial, like after British king and all of these things. Or you can like just phrase it. For example, I have two roommates, like previous roommate and the future roommate in Stanford. So my previous roommate, she's a law like advocate. So in her own county, they call it in California, she literally like write a law for her own like county because she just like don't like some specific part. I don't know how she do that. And also my future roommate, she is like she loves space, like aerospace engineering. So she took the initiative to take the license. Not you can get a license to build rockets. She even had the license to buy black powder, which is like a gunpowder that you can use for building rockets. Although I know all of us we don't have that opportunity. It's not the initiative problem. It's the the environment. But there's also people who just like to go to the beach to surf, maybe Pulau Redang somewhere else. But it can come from something very small. Like he saw that there's so many rubbish at the beach. So that's the spark, that's the catalyst that brings him to beach cleanup. Or you are a diver, you are a diver, and then you saw all of those pretty like beautiful coral reefs. So that brings you into the conservation of coral reefs. So it doesn't have to be something that is out of the world. You just find things that is like in your life, things that you are trying to make a difference, and that is how you can actually stand out in phrasing your extracurricular. Okay. Any question? Yeah.
Okay, so I think like Angel mentioned just now, the thing about extracurricular is, again, I think just to reiterate, the academic transcript is your, you call it as your pass for to get into the university. But what really matters beyond that is who you are as a person, and that's how you showcase true extracurricular involvement. So try your best to really just highlight whatever that has made an impact on you. Like Angel mentioned just now, it doesn't really have to be like a bombastic, really impressive achievement. It can be as simple as your involvement in a certain not say lower impact, but lower scale programs or projects or initiatives that you have done. So yeah.
And also, like you said, because US university, they are also renowned for their offering. Like, there's a lot of student organization and clubs, industry opportunities. And for different university, they are like different. For example, for Stanford, we are very focused on like entrepreneurship, the startup culture. We have a lot of computer science students. That's like a stereotype. So you can actually research more about the universities that you're in, find your match with the university, and change and strategize your extracurricular section or your ACA to make sure that the admission officer see you being in a part of their culture in the university environment. And also just want to say that although it looks very like overwhelming, intimidating, and then after this session, I bet that all of you wouldn't even remember what we have said in the past like 40 minutes. But just make sure that when you are reading back your admission profile, that is something that shows who you are as a person, and that is who you want to be in the future, in the next 4 years, you see yourself as that person. So don't go too far from like who you are. For example, if you like, go to the parliament, don't say that you're the prime minister, and then if you build like a greenhouse, actually with my friend here, don't say that you built maybe like a Roman Empire in your school. So just make sure that that is something that really reflects who you are. Yeah.
I think what really helps me is asking a question, by what do I want to be remembered by? Like, from what involvement do I want to be remembered by? So for the rest of the 4 years, like when you come in as a freshman and you are an outgoing senior, you will still look at and read your essay and still think, oh, that's me. But if you feel like once you read your essay and 3 years later you feel like, oh, that's not who I am anymore, then what's the point? So try your best to really articulate it in a way that really defines you as a person. And what really matters here is your genuinity and authenticity, because you cannot really articulate your essay well if you're not genuine with the content. And that's what really helps me in terms of like security and involvement.
Yeah, I think that sums up our session. And please send us your question and also ask questions if you have.
Any questions that you have? Yes. Right. Definitely, it is. It is. I actually put some of my involvement in things that are not in a way accredited or do not have certifications. But what can help you in terms of like crafting your essays to really quantify it. So for example, you're teaching your primary school's rugby, right? So how many students do you teach, for example? Or try your best to actually survey before you teach. How were they? Like what was their in a way like their performance strategy? How has your involvement impacted strategy in playing the badminton? Playing the rugby, for example. So try to quantify the impact in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did the same because I was a piano teacher, like teacher assistant for the past 10 years already. And then the way I also write it in my common application, I think that one of the section. And then I focus more on like my growth in being a teacher. So I teach from like primary student until like a higher grade, and then what have I learned? What are the leadership like changes in myself? But like not just the people who you coach, and then also for your personal, do you see yourself being a coach in the future for a national team, or like something that you can see like extending to a bigger impact? And as long as that's your identity and you find meaning in doing that, it's a very, very good, a story to tell.
Hope it answers. Okay. Any more questions?
So is your question like if you are interested in the two aspect of the university, like mm, yeah, you are interested in both. because the common application extracurricular, you send it one off to 10, like to all of the university that you're applying. But for each of the university, there's a supplemental essay. And I would say that for the these 10 extracurricular activities, you rank it according to your personal, like your deepest passion and impact. Like you write the highest impact, the most meaningful things to you, regardless of the university, culture or everything. But for the supplement, make sure you go into what are the specific clubs, organization in the university that you really want to be in. That is the part where you tailor your application towards.
Any more questions? Yes, go ahead. Yes, you can. Yeah, definitely. For my case, yeah, in Chicago, because I got admitted in few universities for EA as well, and you can change it even after that. Yeah.
Usually, some people they opt for early application. It's also because they know
What you want to.
yeah, they would edit it after the application and to create a better application for the regular decision. Yeah.
Yes.
For example, if I do blogging and I want to use it as my extracurricular, but I do blogging not in English language, but for example in my native language. Do you think that I should attach or I should state that I do this, I'm passionate about this, but for native people, not for Americans or English speaking audience?
Yeah, I definitely do think that is something you can touch on in your extracurricular involvement. So because technically you are doing it in a native language, right? And you're passionate about it. So if you do have that passion and if you do have that sense of genuinity, then just include it. But try your best to actually tailor it to how does it actually connect to your intended major, for example. So that's how you kind of relate it back to your majors.
Do you think in my application there should be much more extracurriculars related, highly related to my major, or can be broad?
Yeah, I think this is related to supercurricular versus extracurricular. So for my case, I'm in my STEM major and I do mathematics. So I believe that for most of the people that I ask, usually if you are a math major in Chicago, for example, it is a lot more preferable for you to actually relate it back to your course or intended major. However, if you have more extracurricular and if you want to delve deeper into economics major, for example, that is fine for you to actually focus on other things that are not related to your extracurricular as well. I believe that if I were to quantify 70% of my, let's say 70% of my extracurricular component in the essay, no, like 70% is not related to it, but 30% should be related to it, something like that. Yeah.
Because I've been exploring myself for a long time, and only at the end I've come to the point that I want to apply for legal studies and become a lawyer at the end. So, for example, my core activities is that I do photography and I do blogging,
Yeah.
but they are kind of not
Not
related.
related. Yeah.
Yeah, I can connect somehow because in every activity there is something related to legal studies. I think.
I would say my advice, if you don't have any, is perhaps you can just order it in a way that that is your passion first. But perhaps if you can find like a midpoint where your interest as well as your intended major can meet, then that would be the best way to actually articulate your extracurricular component.
Thank you.
I also like to add on to that because I face the same issue. I'm doing electrical engineering, but in my entire application, I talk nothing about electronics and building robots, coding, everything. Because I actually go for a spike in climate advocacy and environmental organization. So when I put my intended major in the university application, I wrote that I want to be an energy and science engineering.
way for you to craft your application that is not really the intended measures that you want, but you just phrase it because that's your team. And also, it's not that I'm like lying or something, but that's also something that I really considered that I want to pursue in like the university. So I think that's also a way for you to go.
Good answers. Any more questions or? Okay, all right. So I do hope everybody, receives the information that I shared, and please apply to Chicago if you're thinking of going to.
All the best.
Thank you so much, Angel and Liza, for showing us that extracurriculars is not just about long quizzes, but about telling a story about who you are and what you really care about. So for now, if you have any questions, feel free to continue dropping it into our Slido, or you can ask questions directly to any faculties or any speakers that are here. We'll be taking a 15 minutes break. You can go grab some water and be back here by 11:10. 11:10, yeah? Thank you.
Wait, bro, I need to get the slides first for Sharman. After it's Sharman, right?
Yeah. Shaman and Aji.
Yeah. Where is it?
Yeah, I'm so slow. It's a side goal or something.
No, it's my USAPPS account, Mentimeter. How come it's there but not on here? Why is it so hidden? Bro, I must join.
That's not your first and last name. No, it's together one. No, there's no space in between it.
Okay, right.
No time for coffee.
11:10, right? Can't I?
I already chose it for
Really? What is it?
awesome. So
Bro, what are you gonna go what I'm saying? It's not one that expensive. Cheaper in fact.
I'll go to the States. I'll be out around. You can still see the have it pause it.
Oh. Yeah. It's fine.
Oh, cannot pause it.
Hello.
Have it pause it.
Infrastructure.
So everyone can see your. Something a killer essay.
Yeah, bro.
Don't worry, guys. I'll take this.
Use the AI, bro.
Yeah, I think I know a thing or two on how to write an essay actually.
Wait, are you after this one, Josh? Why is it loading the same one?
It's not okay, man?
If it loads, it should be now.
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
Wait. Polar, raise your hand. Raise your hand. I want to see if he's lying for real.
No, it's delayed by 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute.
It's alive, it's live.
So sweet, bro.
Why? Because there people wouldn't you ask people to actually talk about the country instead of chatting at home. So they're kind of, oh, you're chatting other countries, why not you talk about yourself? And I saw like that people that about this one day last time. You mean Lindsay? Oh right. You mean Lindsay? Okay, yeah. Oh I see. It just came out as well. Oh, okay. I've never met her. Never met. Lindsay is my roommate. She's sophomore, I think. Rising. And she texted me about Instagram and everything. And I was like, congratulations, I sell it. And I think she regrets it now. No, I think she regrets it. Wait, no, she loves it. She loves it? Really? Okay. I kind of thought I think this one. Yeah. Because she's in Paris, public school. I'm in mathematics school. So we're like distance apart. That's the problem. So I never really. My friend. Who was. Okay, Sophia the my friend got stuck in public, so we were just walking to the shop and there was such a cheap girl. Yeah. Yeah. And we saw like dead bodies in Tampa. Like covered with white top. Yeah. North is super safe. Exactly.
Welcome back, everyone. So I hope you had a great break. And now we're moving into the session that I believe most of you are here for. Essays are one of the most personal and sometimes most intimidating parts of the US application process. So our speakers, Shaman Raj and Latina Xiao, will share how to write essays that are personal, reflective, and honest without trying to sound overly fancy or impressive. They will also walk us through common structures and mistakes to avoid. So let's welcome Shaman and Atina.
Okay. Hi everyone. How's everyone feeling today?
Good.
Okay, y'all look like they're sad. Yeah. But okay, I hope that this session, even though I must admit it's not exactly the most exhilarating session, it's probably one of the more vital ones to your college application process because this is when the part when you try and translate everything you've done for the past like what 5, 6 years into like proper writing so that it can be presented to like the admissions officers. So boring, but then I guess you have to like bear with this lah. Okay. So anyway, before we get started, let me just start off with a short point. You don't need a life-changing story or a surprising fact. It can be a cliche topic, but we'll get a little bit more into this later. But it has to be like well written. So the purpose of our presentation today will probably be to tell you like how to sort of like go about doing that. Okay, but before that, introductions. Sorry to be rude. My name is Sharman. I am a rising sophomore at Stanford, class of 2028, and I study economics.
And hi, I'm Athena. I am an incoming freshman at Harvard University.
Yep, so basically, we don't want to waste too much of your time. So, tada, this is the table of contents for today. And then now I'll pass it on to Athena.
Okay, so how the Common App application generally works, I mean, earlier you had a session about how to apply through the portal. So there will be 6 prompts that you guys can choose from to write like a personal statement, a longer form essay, as well as the seventh choice is basically any topic of your choosing. But after the personal statement, there's also a couple supplementals from each universities where you submit individual like essays to the universities themselves, so they can be more personalized. But basically, Common App essay prompts generally repeat every year, so you can start looking at it and brainstorming your topics already. And for supplementals, even though they differ by universities, we generally have grouped it into a few common like themes or similar prompts that you could sort of recycle between the topics because like who you are as a person or your interests will generally be about the same. So they differ like like which colleges you're applying to based on like the prompts themselves. So you can sort of analyze and maybe certain like topics to be addressed might differ, but generally we will have the why do you want to do the major you're currently applying to, or why the university, why do you want to attend the universities themselves, as well as the extracurricular essays. So you will have a section where you can put in your involvements and like short descriptions as to what you did with your ECAs. But here is a like an essay prompt where you can sort of expand more about your experiences, about what you gained from there, of like one or two involvements that were really meaningful to you, as well as the community essays. So what communities do you feel like you are part of, that you belong in? And to sort of explain, people's definitions of communities differ, so it's also up to interpretation. But these are prompts that differ by uni, so not every like college you apply to will have all of these. You also have the special essays where each university is trying to be creative, or like this is your creative route to write, like to answer different kinds of prompts. So they're quite unique, and that's kind of the fun of a US application where you get to, sort of reflect more and think about things that you generally won't think about. And that was for the Common App. For how the UC system works is that they call their essays PIQs, personal insight questions, where you will have 8 questions to answer 4 out of these 8 questions. You can generally see them. You have the slides, access to the slides later on, but you can also get them through the portal since it's already August.
Thank you so much. Okay, so everyone here from the first segment, how's everyone doing? Yeah, can you like be a bit more energetic, please? How is everyone doing? Okay, sorry, I'm doing this as much so that I can also like stay awake. Anyway, so now to the main crux of the point. What exactly makes a strong essay? Okay, so first point, be personal without being too personal. What do I mean? What do I mean by this? Okay, basically, after the admissions officer reads your essay, they should come out of that like room or laptop or whatever it is, Google Doc session. They should feel like they know you. And then after that, you talk about apa jada punya cerita, kau punya makcik punya cerita all. But then basically, what is a personal struggle or what is a personal story that basically helps frame or shape you into who you are today? You can use conversational language to do this. There's no need to write it like a IELTS or like a SPM English punya karangan. You can write it like just how you speak because they want to know you as like a non-pretentious person. If like, I'm like putting it in like very simple terms, they want to know you as an individual person, not as like a robot. Basically, you have to somehow convey. The reason I'm asking you to do this in conversational language is so that like you can convey your emotions better. It's much easier to tell your friend how you feel compared to like tell and like SPM English marker or like IELTS marker how you feel basically. Okay, so first one is make it personal, and second one is highlight your intellectual vitality. Basically, honestly, you just need kind of these 2 points. Everything else, you can just sort of like spin it off. Everything else is like a supplementary point. If you take anything out of this like presentation, there's only 2 things that you should take out of it. Number one is be personal, be emotionally vulnerable in a certain sense, not excessively, but like in a certain sense. And number two is highlight your intellectual vitality. Okay, intellectual vitality sounds like honestly, it sounds like a made up word, not gonna lie. But what it means in the context of like college admissions is basically like, okay, assume you have a problem. They don't just want to know like how did you solve the problem, how did you solve the challenge. What process did you go through mentally in order to come to like the decision that right, I'm gonna take this as a solution in order to solve my problem, it's it can honestly be like anything, but then it also ties in with like you being personal about it. It can be researching something that's close to you. It can just show that you're curious about something. learning about something new, and it doesn't have to be like, oh, I cured cancer or whatever, you know. It can be absolutely anything that you're interested in learning about. I cannot stress this enough because you'll say this in the next slide. It can be anything. Like, I think one of my points about like intellectual curiosity is like I went into like a rabbit hole researching some like conspiracy theories that I saw on Reddit while I was like scrolling while eating dinner. It can be basically anything. It can be about like a research question or like a rabbit hole you jump down into after like you had an insightful like conversation over dinner with your friends. It can honestly be anything, and it can be from any experience, even if like you're working at like a retail job or something like that. Also, again, tying into the point that I said just now, sorry if I'm getting a bit too long-winded, but then when people say, oh, talk about your extracurriculars, your supercurriculars, they don't just mean, oh, I was president of XYZ club, I was like treasurer of this, I founded this organization and all that. That's impressive, not gonna lie. Not taking any of that away from you. That is insanely hard. But at the same time, they also want to know you as a human being. What do you do outside of all your clubs and your academics? You know, who are you as a person? How will you make campus life better? Not for the faculty, but for like the teachers who are there. That again ties into how you are being personable and like emotionally vulnerable with them. All these things on the screen right here are also things that could count as extracurriculars. Something that you can write about in your essay. You can write about scrolling through Reddit. You can write about being obsessed with a song, and then after that leading you to like research like the discography behind it. It can be having a part-time job. One of my essays when I was flying uni is when I worked part-time at a pharmacy after SPM, and like not gonna lie, I was kind of bad at the job because I'm not very good at retail. But honestly, good learning experience, you know. And if you can articulate that well, props to you. Then having meal with friends, talking to strangers on public transport. This is actually one that my senior or in Stanford actually did like 2 years ahead of me. So yeah, anything basically goes. In terms of structure, I'll just go through this very quickly. You can scan the link, but in attribution to all like the creators who put in a lot of time into doing this. Props to Katie and Sarah, college essay guy, Cassandra as well. Structure one of it is basically like a montage. Have you faced significant challenges in your life? Yes. And do you want to write about them? No. So basically this is just like your thought process going behind it. I'm not going to explain too much about this so that you can ask more questions because I feel like this session is better answered through questions rather than just me like talking at you. I'm so sorry. The first one is montage. The second one is a narrative challenge. So basically, this is when you have a problem or a challenge that you have encountered in life and you also want to talk about it. But again, remember to do it in like a constructive process. Only talk about it if it led to significant personal growth, and this is best to be avoided if it only involves like slightly more cliche topics. You know, like, oh, I sprained my ankle, major sports event, that sort of thing, you know. And then after that, you have the narrative passion. Basically, this one follows the same sort of structure as the previous one, but then this goes about something that you're really, really interested in. This one, best to keep in mind if you have something that you've been working on for a very, very, very long time. This will serve you well if you're like one of those people who has done like violin since like 3 years old or something like that. Like if that is you, then like I feel like this essay would be like quite good for you. But again, everything goes back to the 2 points. You being personable and you showing intellectual vitality. No matter what structure you choose, right? That's fine. Just make sure that you show in your essay how exactly did you think throughout the entire process, not just what you thought. No one wants just challenge, solution, that's it. What is the process behind it? What is like the emotional, I'm not going to say emotional struggle because then suddenly it sounds like very, very heavy, but then like what is like the emotional like process that you went through in coming to that solution? Okay, now we have an interactive activity for you that both Ina and I will handle. So please scan this link and it will lead to a Mentimeter word cloud. And what I want you to do there is list down some major mistakes you think commonly occur, either by yourself or like by your peers. And I guess we'll go through that in a bit. Okay, maybe I'll just count down from 10, and then after that, our slides expert can open up the word cloud. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we have a few. I mean, I'm not a maths major, but this feels a bit less than the number of people in the crowd here. But anyway, yes, thank you so much for everyone who put in things into a Mentimeter. This is a running thing. The link is of course still open. So if anything just pops in your head, in the meantime, feel free to do it. I will also delve into it. Athena, do you want to like get the ball rolling on this?
Yeah, I'm seeing on the screen there's someone who wrote overslap. So could we get someone to explain what overslap means? Because like, do you oversleep and miss your essay deadlines or?
Okay, sorry. I feel like I should have like clarified what mistakes means a little bit more. Mistakes in this context means mistakes in terms of writing your essay, or like how you structure, how you frame your essay, that sort of thing.
It's also really interesting that someone mentioned the usage of AI because that's also something we'll be addressing later on in the slides.
Yeah, okay, I think we can just go through this like really quickly. Again, links still open. If you want, just add in after this, or you can just raise your hand also if you can't access the link. Okay, mistakes you can think about. Okay, less emotional. I mean, you don't need to be telling the AO about your entire like life story lah. But then like just be personable, but not like overly emotional, I guess. Dragging, yeah, that's a major thing because you have like what 650 words. Like you can't afford to like drag too much. You just gotta get straight to the point. Common exercise is if it's like way over the word limit, just go through every sentence. Go through like every sentence, and then after that, if you think the sentence is not value adding, find a way to cut the sentence. Honestly, like if the sentence is not value adding, like your goal is not to reach the 650 words. If the sentence is not value adding, then it's better it's just like to be left out. But the going through every sentence and seeing whether it's value adding, that's an exercise best left for like after you have your final draft sort of stage, if that makes sense. So after you have your final draft, then you can go through each sentence by sentence. Okay, obviously you shouldn't curse in your essay. Don't go off topic also, but I feel like it's a bit dragging. Trauma dump also, I think a bit like less emotional. Too cliche is actually really interesting and something that both me and Afina will like go into either in the Q&As or in like one of the slides after this. Listing.
I guess listing your accomplishments. Because at the end of the day, your essays are just a part of like a larger application, a more holistic application where they're considering, your other achievements. You had another space to list out all your extracurriculars, your academics and stuff like that. So I guess listing is because essays are a place to sort of give a more personal like sneak peek into who you are as a person, your thought processes and stuff. So there's like it can be pretty redundant to sort of list again all your accomplishments into an essay.
Yeah, and then at the same time, please don't make it like a laundry list of like all your achievements and all that. I'm pretty sure if like we govern kind of all the achievements of all the people in this room here, like I don't think we could list it out even if we had like an entire day. You all are an extremely accomplished crowd, and like no one is taking away from that. However, sometimes it's better to focus more on like again. I know I'm repeating this a lot, but I'm repeating it because it's like a very important point. Sometimes it's very important to show a more human side of yourself. That's number one. So that takes away from like listing as like a benefit. And like number two, the more you list, the less likely you are to be able to have space to properly articulate your emotional process in doing it. Because let's just say your supplemental essay, I'm just going off my, like your supplemental essay was about researching like the mental processes behind Reddit conspiracy theories. Because I feel like that was like one of my weirder essays. Um, so if you have that essay, for instance, that's like a 250 word essay, right? There's enough space to go from front to end in terms of like how that made you feel, how that made you think, how that rabbit hole led you. Is this like an avenue to like a future research project or something like that? 250 words is like enough for that. But then like if you have like, oh, I got this, but then at the same time I also want to talk about the fact that I was the president of this club and I founded this, and then after that I wakil this, and then after that I went to like exchange in like Japan or like somewhere like that, and you want to talk about 5 things in 250 words. How lah? Like of course you cannot, right? Like it's just too many things there, and you will get overwhelmed, and your admissions officer will also get overwhelmed. So it's best to be like focused. Don't think you have to like add all your accomplishments in your essays, because there's a lot of avenues on the application outside of the essays where you can do that. But I'm pretty sure you already know that. But just off the top of my head, there's obviously like the 10 activities list on the Common App. There's also the 5 awards that you can use. There is also an additional comments section of the Common App that not a lot of people utilize very well, in my opinion. That's 650 words that you can use to provide additional context to the things that you did. Ideally, you should only use that to expound upon the things that you've already written in your 5 awards or 10 activities. But even then can be like if you already listed your president of that in your like activities and all that, you can use the additional context session of the Common App application to basically expound more on like what you did as the president of that, rather than wasting space in your essays. Does that make sense? Okay. Is there anything else you want to add to this?
Yeah, I think very similar when you're talking about listing. You're like it also relates back to overgeneralizing, because at the end of the day, you want to focus on what's the takeaway of the essays. So while you're writing, if you're going to write about some experiences and such, you want to talk about what experiences or how your thought processes are. How do you want their perception, like the reader's perception of you after they read the essays? So it could be like it also relates back to the usage of AI, because AI doesn't know you much. It tends to use a lot of adjectives to be like, oh, I'm responsible, I'm a leader, I am caring and such. But that doesn't explain who you are as a person without like context behind that. So actually, can we get back to the slides? Since there doesn't seem to be much other responses, you guys can continue adding to the word cloud. But some of our commonly agreed upon mistakes, we shall discuss that. Though disclaimer that there's no right or wrong in the application process, because we personally also don't know exactly what the AOs want. There's no formula of how to get into colleges. So these are just some commonly agreed upon like ethical reasons. For example, like you don't lie about your stories. So like Sharman said earlier, there were 2 main points that we want you guys to take away. The third takeaway that I want to add on is don't compare yourself. Because there is not one way to get in. Just because something worked for others doesn't mean that you have to replicate that exact point, like exactly how they did it. So like don't just join ECAs just because you saw someone else did it and got into a cool college. Or write an exact same topic just because, it doesn't work that way. Because at the end of the day, the point of the application, because it's holistic, is to understand you better as a person. And you aren't the same person as whoever senior you're looking at that got into the college. And yeah, so about fabrication / imitating sample essays, I guess like you can find a lot of examples online of like sample essays just to get an idea of how people generally write, or like what people have done in the past. So that gives you a good idea of how to start, or to start brainstorming for yourself, because if someone has similar experiences, it sort of jogs your thought process as well. But then again, at the same, okay, let's talk about some examples that we commonly see. It's like we always see sport injury essays always being discussed about, or like mission trips. I think that's more for like people in the US, where they go on like mission trips to volunteer in Africa, let's say, to like help the poor people. Or there is a commonly circulating essay about someone who hates the letter S just because their parents are the boss, and stuff like that. Just because it worked for them doesn't mean that you have to do something like the same thing. And at the same time, don't lie about your qualifications, because, okay, let's say you do get in. If you're ever found of lying, there also will be repercussions. Like your admission gets revoked.
Yeah, and it's not just your admission gets revoked. Like, assume you lied, and then like 3 years down the line, they find out they can. No, after you graduate, also assume they find out after that they can revoke your degree. Yeah, so it's not like if you manage to get it through now, you can like, oh, okay, like I'm off the hook forever. Like you will have to like deal with like the anxiety of like, for example, having a degree revoked for like the rest of like your professional career. So I mean, don't lie, and yeah, just don't lie, honestly. Yeah. Yeah. Um,
We had some people like it's very similar to some responses in the Mentimeter, where like it's not a laundry list of your accomplishment, your essays aren't supposed to be your brag sheet, or an autobiography. Like, sure, you want to tell them who you are as a person, but you're not gonna be like, okay, so I was born in Kampong whatever, and I was raised in blah blah blah. I went to this school and then that school, and I have two parents and three happy siblings at home. That is not the point of the essay. So try to focus or zoom in on specific takeaways that you want the reader to read.
yeah, I mean, again, I know I'm sounding like a broken record here. I just keep repeating a lot of these points, but then again, my strat obviously doesn't have to be your strat, but my strat on it was I let all my essays just be about very more human things, personal things. I didn't talk about anything like, oh, I was a student council president, or I was XYZ, or I was ABC, or anything like that in any of my essays. Everything was about like some seemingly like normal experience that I found to be like really rewarding. That some people even thought like, oh, why are you writing about this? Like, oh, don't you have like better things to write about? Like writing about Reddit conspiracy theories, writing about working part time at the pharmacy, writing about having lunch with like my friends and having like really insightful conversations, writing about like I know a friend who wrote about like cooking together with like her grandmother and how that made her like closer together and also like helped her relearn her mother tongue or something like that. You know, like that really shows intellectual vitality because like you're learning something out of like love for like for example your grandmother in that case. You know, so that really shows a very human side of yourselves. And these are just like some good examples that I can pick off the top of my head. You can also talk about like things from like your community, like I don't know, like what are some unique aspects of like the place you're from or like the people you associate with compared to like other people. And I feel like that's a bit more easy to accomplish as like Malaysians also because I guess we have the benefit of like, oh, Americans, especially American A.Os, not being exactly 100% familiar with our life experiences. So like most of what we write can come off as like more unique.
So then again, like even if you do cook with your grandmother as well, but it doesn't mean as much to you, then maybe it can be more beneficial to focus on something else that means something to you. Yeah.
That's true. Again, my strat is my strat, your strat is your strat. If you think that some professional activity was like the biggest emotional challenge and personal story that you had, honestly, don't write anything about like personal story in that case. Write about like your professional story. Whatever speaks to you the most, that is the answer. Not anything that like anyone tells you, including us. You are just like trying to like plant like idea seeds in your head. But anything at the end of the day is up to you. You have to remember that for the entirety of this entire USAPP session. Okay, maybe we can.
There's actually two more points that are really important. First of all, there is a very common misconception that if you have trauma, then like you get admitted because of your trauma, or oh, I don't have a trauma story. How am I going to apply it to the states? But I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
If you do want to write about any like very emotional story or like challenges, what you will be focusing on at the end of the day is how you approached it or your thought process behind it or how does it shape you. And it's not just the fact that you had trauma, oh, well, just because this guy didn't have parents growing up, then he deserves to come to college. It's not really the pity factor that gets you in. As well as I think one of the mistakes that like one of the things that I struggled with early on in my application was being over convoluted, using a lot of academic terms in my essays, or like trying to make it sound very creative or unique or poetic, where like at the end of the day, when readers read, they want to get what is the main point you're trying to convey, right? Second, oh wait, okay. And some general tips. I do get this question quite often about like Sharma mentioned, at the end of the day you want to write about what resonates with you the best, what speaks to you and such. But it's like reflection isn't something that a lot of us are used to. So how I would recommend you to start is just by starting early. I just mean start thinking about it early, because to be honest, I only started writing my application like really near the deadline. But I started thinking about what I wanted to write about a long time ago. Because ideas come to you at like the most random times. Sometimes you're just like visiting family and you're like, oh yeah, I didn't realize that this was a very important part of my childhood. Or you're just in the shower and you're like, wait, I could write about something. Like it's ideas pop up at the most random times. So just having like a note ready of like little random points. And sometimes when I review them, they are very silly points. I'm like, why did I even think of this? Or I didn't even I don't even understand why I would even think that could be a possible essay. But when you have like a whole list of things, then you can only start selecting what actually matters and what you actually want to write about. As well as, yeah, you do have like a lot of resources to consult people, get opinion on, any of our classes here today as well, if you ever want to like us to help review your essays. Though do take feedback objectively. As we mentioned earlier, we don't know what AOs want. We ourselves aren't in the admissions office. So we can only do or tell you what we believe worked for us. But at the end of the day, if you do you at the end of the day, you have your own strat, we have our own strat. And don't compare yourself with either people who have gotten in or other applicants who you might feel are more accomplished than you. Because at the end of the day, it is a holistic admission process. They are trying to review who you are for who you. They are going to count. Oh, this guy is a president in 3 different clubs, while the other is not. Hence, just because he has 3 compared to 2, 3 wins. It's not a numerical game. It's not like comparing that way. So just focus on what you want to convey in your application and try to highlight different sides of yourselves, different angles, different perspectives when you are like, because as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of essays you have to submit to each school. So maybe like 3, 4 supplementals and then plus your personal statement. So try to leverage that to give them snippets of who you are as a person so they understand that you are a multifaceted person at the end of the day.
There's one thing I can just very quickly add that. How many of you have heard of this thing called like sunk cost fallacy? Please raise your hand. Okay, if I explain more, I think more hands will come up. Sunk cost fallacy is basically like, oh, okay. Assume I am building a table. Sorry, this is going to sound a bit stupid. Assume I'm building a table, right? And then like, I've already spent like 2 weeks building this table. But then like the table macam like it's not going to jadi, it's like it looks damn jalan, it looks horrible. Like the table like got 3 legs, it's not standing, it's like bengkok sebelah, like the table is not tabling basically lah. But then like sometimes people might have like the mental intuition that, oh okay, because I spent 2 weeks on building this table, I should spend more time building this table because I've already invested so much time into building this table. Like, so that's basically the sunk cost fallacy. Sometimes you have to know when to give up on a certain idea. I know that sounds like really pessimistic and somewhat stupid, but then please bear with me a little while here. Sometimes you gotta know when like, okay, I'm not really an architect, I'm not really into construction, like the table's just not working, I should just go to IKEA and buy a table. Why am I telling you this? Basically, if you find an essay idea, even if you spend 2 weeks working on this essay idea, if it's not working, it's not working. You have to know at what point to be like, okay, I'm just going to give up on this essay. Time to go back to the drawing board, start from scratch, and we can think of a better idea or better framing to do this essay. That is a very important thing to know. Inside one of the points, it's called killing your babies, but I think it sounds like a little bit too aggressive. So I prefer to use the sunk cost fallacy. But yeah, that's a very important point to keep in mind. If you think it's not working, like if there's a voice at the back of your head saying like, this is not really going anywhere, you should kind of trust that voice. No need to delete the Google Doc lah, you can just archive it. but then like, try and go back to like the notes app that Akina was speaking about and see what other ideas that you can potentially generate, and don't feel bad about yourself, because even if you spend 2 weeks working on the paper, or in this case working on that essay, sometimes the fact that you worked on it for 2 weeks also is already like practice towards your writing abilities and your framing abilities to write another better essay. Because you worked on 2 weeks for this one essay, maybe the next essay you can write in like 3 days. Because I'm telling you this because that was the case for me. I wrote an essay for 2 weeks, and then like it really wasn't happening. And then I tried to like convince myself that actually this essay is like very good. Like this essay is like damn good. Then I tried to like, then I asked my friend, and then my friend was like, Shaman, this essay is quite bad. Like it's really not working, like then after that, like I feel like that was like a wake up call. But then like I managed to write another essay within like 3 days, and I feel like a lot of like the bahan asas from the first essay sort of helped. So I'm just sharing my personal experience. I mean, again, you do, but at least I feel like it's important to know when it's time to give up on the table and just go to IKEA or whatever.
Reframing, okay, so you mentioned like rewriting entirely. Besides from just choosing a whole different point, sometimes it can also help to reframe it, so approaching it from a whole different angle. For example, when I first started writing my PS, I was very key, I was very set on trying to be unique. I wrote a whole poem that was metaphorical. I did not mention myself at all, I didn't mention my life at all. It was just about like two animals. And at the end of the day, like I realized like I spent really long on it, like weeks as well. And I didn't want to scrap it because I felt so sayang. I spent so much time on it already, so much effort, and I've consulted people on it already. So, but at the end of the day, because it wasn't working, I actually took that story, respun it into just as like it became 2 lines of my next draft of a personal statement. And what sort of helped with me like feeling like I wasn't killing off the idea was the fact that I still saved the text somewhere else. I still have it somewhere, but I didn't touch it ever again. I just rewrote entirely, and that idea still stuck around. It's just from a different angle or a different approach. That could also be something that works, as well as sometimes researching the college can also help because each college will have their own campus values, their own like different traditions and beliefs. So try to research that to sort of see what the campuses value. So you can write about the same research activity that you're doing. But let's say a campus that cares more about research, you focus more on the technical side of it, or a campus that cares more about like the social values or like making impact, then you can focus more from. So it's the same activity, but you reframe it from different things that you're trying to convey, different values about yourself that you're trying to convey. So it's not lying. You're just because you're multifaceted, you're focusing on what your strengths are compatible with that campus itself. So it does help to research the schools that you're trying to apply to early on, as well as since you'll be applying to a lot of colleges, which results in a lot of essays, you can also have the option of recycling your essays. So the same activities because you're joining them, or the same communities that you want to be writing, for example. If the campuses have very similar prompts and you're trying to address similar points, you can just sort of tweak that between your essays, and that saves a lot of time.
Yeah. Maybe you can go to the next slide. And okay, very important thing. Do you want to go into it, or you could like split it? But like basically, the use of AI depends, because like some colleges like Columbia, like they made you do lists, right? I mean, I wrote my college essays like about like 2 years ago, so they could have changed it. But like, yeah, there's like a list of readings and stuff like that. Obviously, like don't lie, but then like for example, like for some of the things that ask you like, oh, what makes this college unique? Why do you want to like attend it? I feel like that's kind of okay to like sort of use like ChatGPT to like sort of like generate some ideas. Never use it to write your essay, but generate some ideas because I understand. Like Venetians, we don't really have the privilege of being able to take a 20-hour flight and go and tour the campus and all that. Like we gotta make do with what we have. So like you can sort of like ask ChatGPT to sort of like generate a list of unique things at the college, and then after that you can go through the list. Like for example, Stanford, fountain hopping is a really big thing, especially in summer because it gets kind of hot. Well, not kind of hot, really hot. And then for example, just like lying down on the quad or like taking a car train up into San Francisco for like scav hunt, which is like a freshman year dorm tradition. Like all these kind of things. Like I feel like getting a list of this, just getting a list of things from ChatGPT would be helpful, and then you can go through a list and see like, oh, what resonates with me? Does a scav hunt resonate with me? Now I know that it exists because obviously you don't know what doesn't exist, and then after that, then you can use it to sort of like frame your essay. Again, never ever ever use ChatGPT AI or Perplexity, whatever AI basically to write your essay for you. Help it generate, help use it to help you generate ideas, especially with things that fall into the category of like you don't know what you don't know. But again, never use it to directly write your essays.
Yeah, that also goes back into like the pitfall of writing a generic essay. Because if you do ask it to write an essay about why you want to attend that school, and it just lists like all the different things that people commonly want, like reasons people commonly want to attend a school that might not be about you. It's just a generic essay of everyone will be writing about, they want to go fountain hopping, everyone will write about the specific traditions of the school. Then, what does that tell the AO about you? It doesn't give any insight into who you are or what you value as a person.
Yeah, and it helps if it like fits into something you would really like. For example, I didn't write about this in my Stanford essay because I didn't know it existed. But for example, again, Stanford freshman dorm tradition is scavenger hunt into San Francisco, which is like an hour and a half away from like Stanford's campus. Basically, like your resident assistants, RAs, they give you like a list of tasks, and you and like a bunch of like your dorm mates go about doing that task. And primarily, you take like the Caltrain and buses and other forms of like public transport to get around San Francisco to do all these tasks. For example, looking back, I love public transport because I'm a horrible driver. I punya JPJ 2 kali. Walaupun I bawa auto, so I'm just a very bad driver. If you get into a car with me, aku rasa like kita orang semua like sama-sama meninggal je kot. Tapi anyway, yes. So because I'm a horrible driver, I use public transport a lot. In fact, fun fact about me, I think I can probably like name you any route you want to take on like the Klang Valley Punya like public transport line. If you want to get from any two station, you ask me and I think I can tell you how to go here, where you want to interchange. Obviously, I cannot tell you what time the train will come now. But then I can tell you where you want to interchange, aga how long it will take, something like that. So I'm a really avid user of public transport. So I'm assuming if I knew about the scab hunt when I was writing my essays, to like how I like to take public transport around the Klang Valley area, to like go and do things that I want to do, to see my friends, to like go to like certain places, go to libraries, museums, concerts, cultural events, whatever, just go lepak with my friend or something like that, Link it to what you already like don't try to reinvent yourself as a person. And I feel like we're running a little bit low on time right now, so maybe we'll go on to like the next slide. Yeah, so sorry, you can tell I'm a little bit sleep deprived right now. But anyway, so now feels like we've got a little bit over, but we'll still take any questions you have. Just raise your hand. I feel like that's a little quicker than the QR code. Any questions? Okay, yes.
To be personal, but how? From the slides, you see that to be personal. But how can we be personal without trauma dumping? Because when I write, there's no clear boundaries or guidelines, and there's no one telling me right or wrong. But like, yeah, like, do not trauma.
That's a very good question. Thank you so much for that. I feel like actually you made a very valid point. Sometimes like there's a very like fine line between trauma dumping and being emotional, and I feel like that those two things get conflated quite a bit. And I would say that to your point, honestly, there's not much differentiating the two. But I think the only thing that matters when you're writing your essay is a bad trauma dump, sorry, a bad emotional experience that becomes a trauma dump. So basically, a trauma dump is something that we don't want. Is when you just trauma dump, but there is no conclusion. You say, woe is me, this is my life, and then there is no conclusion, there is no like fixing statement there. But then like a good emotional experience is okay, I went through like this emotional turmoil while doing this, I went through this emotional challenge, I went through this like mental thought process, even though it wasn't very emotionally taxing, but at the end of the day, it made me into a better person. It made me become more mature as a person. It made me learn something new. It made me want to learn something new, even though I don't know it right now. That is the thing that makes it different. The process, sometimes it looks the same. Sometimes it can be a trauma dump. Sometimes it can be a good emotional experience. What differentiates a good emotional experience from the trauma dump is the conclusion. What did you do after that with, hopefully, your don't have much, hopefully all of you don't have much trauma. Hopefully you want to cultivate a very nice mental health state for all of us and all that. But assuming you are going on that angle, unfortunately of course, um, using whatever emotional turmoil you have, how did that make you grow as a person? Again, going back to this, if you are still trying to like sort of figure yourself out with regards to the emotional trauma, which is completely valid by the way, like all of us have emotional turmoils that we go through in life, maybe that's not the best thing to write your essay on because you're still sort of like processing that and it'll be very like emotionally taxing for you too. But if you have and it's already reached its conclusion and like it's a very like life-changing conclusion, then yes, that is something you should definitely go through. I'm sorry, I know that meandered a little bit. Does that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
How to edit the essay. So I've read some sample essays and they had like these big bombastic words, right? So I just want to know how important that is in writing. Like how important writing these like words, like very academic words or very large words. Yeah.
That goes back to the same 2 points. First of all, don't worry yourself about writing too convoluted words. At the end of the day, you want to convey a story or a message. So how are you going to convey that? Whether that be your conversational tone or for some people because they want to get into the nitty-gritties of, let's say, research, then that is really a personal choice because that also gives the AO context as to what kind of person you are and how you communicate, as well as, I mean, at the end of the day, don't compare yourself. So just because someone else is writing very technically, just focus on the message you're trying to convey. And yeah, basically we are kind of out of time, but the next session is also about essay writing. So you guys can also save your questions for later.
Yeah. Sorry, just to add on to your point, if you can make simple, just make simple. I'm going to like complicate anyhow, complicate so much, because the admission officer also, it's not necessarily an expert matter in your subject. Because for example, if you write personal statement for like Cambridge University in the UK or like Oxford, the tutor reading it is actually a subject matter expert in that, but then that may or may not be the case for American unis. So sometimes it's best to deal on the side of caution and be like, what terms can I use so that the layman could like understand it? And like if you're worried you're being like a bit too like convoluted in that sense, get a friend who is not a technical expert in that field. Maybe you're like an engineering major and you know a lot of technical engineering terms. I'm an econ major, I don't know anything about engineering. I tried like build a windmill for like a class that I did last quarter at Stanford and then like but thankfully it got built, but anyway. Yeah, so maybe in that sense it's best to ask your econ major friend so that like you can know whether like they like are able to understand it. Basically that's a good way. Do we have time for one question? No, we don't have time for one question. Okay. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful crowd.
Thank you so much, Natina, for sharing us that having a great essay is about big words and dramatic stories. It's about being authentic and having reflection. So now that we know what it makes us to have a strong essay, let's see some examples in action. Kisa Madina Mazer and Benedict Lim Haoyan read and analyze essays that has successfully got students into top UF schools, breaking down why they work and what makes them memorable. So let's welcome Katie Star and Benedict onto the stage.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Okay. Cool. So it's near lunchtime. I know a lot of you all are hungry already because you all pop out a lot of snacks in. That's fine. We're gonna keep it really short for our session. We're gonna review essays. So you're not gonna learn anymore. It's not gonna be tiring, right? So you just read. We will read the essays together, and then yeah, that's it for the session. Okay. So we'll start by introducing
Hi, my name is Kayla Star. People call me Katie. I'm currently a rising sophomore at UCLA, doing chemical engineering. I did A levels.
Hi, my name is Benedict. You guys can call me Ben. I'm an incoming freshman to this Berkeley. You guys can, I did A levels as well. Right. Okay, so we'll be reading essays together. It's going to be a really chill session. So if you, it's possible if you guys can just put your device down and then like read it together because it's going to be quite important. I feel like. Okay, so we'll start with the common essays and then why college, why major. Community essay, leadership and interpersonal skills essay, and short form essay. So this has been mentioned by Athena and Shaman just now, and then we'll be reading, and then we refresh our memory a bit on the tips and tricks they shared. So later on, when you go home and you start writing, or you have already started writing and you want to edit, you have something in your mind like, oh, what do I do and stuff. Okay, so we start with the common app personal statement. So first of all, I'll actually read for like 1 minute, 1 minute something, because we're running out of time, so we cannot read together. Are we reading together? Okay, okay, so I'm just going to keep talking while you're reading. So we source this essay from the college essay guide, so you can search it out as well if you want to refer back later on. So there's 2 points I put on the side, paragraphing and hook. So a lot of you all might just started writing the essay, and this is the personal statement in common app. You guys might be a bit clueless on how you start or how you write. So there's 2 tips that you need to always remember in your mind, and then we can see in the essay later. First one is the paragraphing. So we want the paragraph to be nice and short. All the sentences are short and simple. I know a lot of you all are in like academic writing, your IELTS, your English, or your writing, or whatsoever. And you guys tend to use a lot of long sentences with bombastic words. They're fine, but then try to reduce them in the personal statement because it gets really hard for the admissions officer to read. Like just imagine this, you are the admission officer, you're sitting in the office, and that morning you read like 100 essays. And then now coming to your essay, it's a really long sentences and really long paragraphs. You're gonna read a bit and then you feel like, oh no, I'm not reading this. Go on, next one, next one. Right? Or like even if they finish the essay, they're not gonna remember it because it's just too complicated for the essay. So we'll start with paragraphing. See how the first paragraph and second paragraph, they use like really short sentences. We can look at the second paragraph. Ever since 5th grade, I have been my parents' right hand at a restaurant in our hometown of the place. So it's really simple. After the admissions officer read the sentence, they get what you're trying to say. Instead of combining every sentence, like you work there, what do you do? In one sentence, it's going to be really hard for them to read, and it's going to be very time consuming for them to read as well. And then the hook. The hook is really important. As I said before, the admissions officer can read a lot of essays in a day, and I'm pretty sure you guys have searched out essays online, right? Like they all have like a hook in front. So the hook can just be as simple as a sentence that someone said. So in these essays, they use like I'm assuming Mexican something. So like it says sun wake up, it's already late. So it's late already. So it's like a really short sentence, but then it fills up it keeps the tension in the essay, you know, like when you read the first sentence, you want to know more. Like why is it late? And why is his father calling him to wake up? So then you will start reading and continue. So it keeps the reader's attention. So the 2 tips here is paragraphing and then hook. So you always keep this in mind. How do I catch the admissions officer's attention in the first paragraph so they read the second and third paragraph? So I'm pretty sure you guys have finished reading it because it's a really good book and then it keeps you going for the reading process. Okay, cool. So we go to the next example here. I say metaphor. So you have 1 minute to read, and then I'm going to ask you which metaphor are they using in this example. So you have 1 minute. Okay, great. 1 minute's up. So the metaphor you're using here is superpower, correct? So the writer started the essay with superpower. So he described a red laser shoot from her eyes, whatever, whatever. And then for the entire essay, she branched up the superpower. So imagine this on a paper. She probably wrote down superpower in the middle, and then she branched out. Point one, her mother, and then her experience, and then why superpower. And then moving on to the third, fourth paragraph, she will tie everything to the superpower. Why metaphor is important? First is of course catching attention. Second is so the admissions officer remembers something about you. So let's say you wrote a good metaphor. So let's say superpower. Then when the admissions officer think before they sleep tonight, they're gonna remember that there's one applicant wrote about superpower. So it's gonna be a memorable thing to them. And then it keeps the essay in a very clear path so that it's not all over everything. So if you don't use the superpower here, and then you start writing about your mom, and then the second paragraph you write about how independent you are, and the paragraph you wrote about your leadership, that's gonna be all over. So if you write a metaphor, it's gonna be connecting and it also catches attention. So that's the part about metaphor. It's a really good tip you can use, but make sure you don't overuse it. As in, let's say I want to use the metaphor of a dog, right? Then the whole essay I've been discussing about the dog, the metaphor. Try not spend all the words on describing the metaphor. The metaphor is helpful for you to connect your ideas and to make the flow better and make your essay memorable. Not for you to write an essay about the topic. If the writer here only wrote about superpowers and everything is about superpowers but not her personal experience, it wouldn't make a good personal statement. So that's the thing you need to keep that in mind when you're writing essays with these tips. So moving on, really quick, we are going on for the why college and why major essays as explained by Charmin just now. So we're gonna read really quick, 1 minute, like a really short 1 minute. We have a few paragraphs here, so I try to read it quick. Or you can take a picture, and then later on we will explain. Okay, another 1 minute. Okay. Okay, done. Another 1 minute. It's the same essay by the way. It's for I think it's from Michigan. Yeah. Good. Okay, we'll go to the last paragraph. And that's it. That's it. Okay. Everyone is done, I think. I assume. Okay, so we'll start with why college essay. So the first thing here you realize, they use the short hook again. So Mark Twain was a steamboat island. So it's a sentence that you have no clue what is going on about. So you read the sentence, you feel like, oh, I want to read more about the essay. I want to know what are they talking about. What is this writer trying to say in the first sentence? So that's a short hook, just a little bit revision from just now. And then she wrote about how so the general trends goes like this. The first paragraph and second paragraph talks about his interest, okay, his interest, that what he loves doing. And second paragraph, it talks about what he wants to learn. Okay, he wants to learn. And then the next paragraph, he talks about the stuff that he is doing now, right? The stuff that he is doing now. So it doesn't just mean that, oh, I'm studying engineering, so I want to learn about engineering, but I'm also doing projects that is related to engineering. So it shows the admissions officer that the interest is not just you saying only, right? Okay, and then the last paragraph, he talks about how he wants to give back with the knowledge he gained from the school. So that's the overall trend. So we are going to get into a few details and mistakes you should avoid while writing this essay. So this is a really good essay. So it started with the interest. So it's general interest and a really niche interest. So it goes from the broad one, and then he narrowed down to a narrower one. And then for the Y college, I think here. So you say, I look forward to courses such as academic argumentation and professional writing. So these are name drops. So for the Y college essay, you guys can write this down if you want to. You always want to name drop a few things that the college offers. So let's say this student wants to go to UMich because he joins the college, he can take courses to academic argumentation and so on and so forth. So these are the name drops that she put down. And it's always really important to not just glaze the college. It might be like you might do it like unconsciously when you check GPT like what they offer, and you start writing or how good the college is. You don't need to write how good the college is because the college knows how good they are. You need to write how good fit you are to the college. Like this writer, she wrote about she looked forward to these courses. Why? So he believed that this will provide him with a firm basis in journalism, yada yada yada. So this is the writer demonstrating how good fit they are to the college. So it's just like a really I don't know, like a really relevant example might be you finding a boyfriend or a girlfriend. You can't just glaze them like how good you are. You need to talk like how fit you are, right? So you get admitted to the college. It's the same thing. You don't just glaze the college because they are going to know you are glazing them, and they know it's like written on their website. You need to tell them how fit you are to them, so then they will admit you. Okay, and then a tip here on writing Y college essays is to talk to current students or like to reach out to students so you know that what is going on in the college and then you can have something to write about. Okay, and then last, I just want to highlight a bit here. He wrote a lot of stuff about UMich, and it's really important for you to write the stuff that you can only do at a specific college you're applying to. So let's say you're applying to PET, for example, that is going to be stuff that you can only do that in PET. So you need to write them down instead of like taking engineering classes. You can take engineering classes every college, every university you go to. So it might not be as good as a point compared to stuff that can specifically do at the college. Okay, and then last is what you want to do. So it's really important for after Y major, Y college, you put like what you want to do from what you learn in the school. Okay, last Y major. So you have 1 minute. It's really short. It's really short. It's only really quick. Okay, I'm just gonna explain while you're reading it. So the flow is really simple. The Y major prompt doesn't really give you a lot of word count. So this is a really short and simple one, and the general rule you want to follow. So it starts with your interest. So the writer wrote about he wants to major in electrical engineering. And then second is your experience. So what sparked that interest? You tell me that you want to do engineering, then why? Right, so he talked about when he lived in Mexico. That's his life experience in Mexico. And then what he is doing now. So the third sentence, thanks to my influence of my cousin, then he developed one. And then what he wants to do, what he is going to be in the future, which is the last sentence, he inspired to not only improve yada yada yada, he also wants to do whatever. So the rule of thumb is 4 things you need to write. First one is what you want to study, why, and then what you are doing now, and what you want to do in the future. Then it will make a really good Y major essay. And then often, if you apply to the UK, you can take a few from your UCAS personal statement because it's quite related. And I think that's it for the Y major. Okay, so I'll pass it on to Lily to explain the other essays.
Alright, so now let's look at more like interpersonal stuff, right? Because Ben explained a lot about like your personal like PS and your Y majors, these all things are within you and not how you affect people around you. The leadership essay basically looks at how you interact with other people and how you have an effect on other people. Because a lot of people have very good ideas in their head and very good like principles and stuff in their head, but the difference is whether you externalize that and whether you actually like, productively affect people around you. So let's have a look at this example. Wait, wrong one, sorry. Okay. So this is a UC prompt, describe an example of your leadership experience in which you have positively influenced others, helped resolve disputes, or contribute to group efforts over time. So let's have a look at this one. As president of my robotics club, I find that building robots and creatively solving technical problems to be easy tasks. What's difficult and what's more meaningful is my work steering the club itself. So reading this next part of the paragraph, what do you guys think is the main impact this writer is trying to convey? Just like shout it out. Like quote a line. Anyone? Do we think it's maybe evolving a small club of like 5 techies into like 80 people? That could be a main impact, right? Do we think it's maybe because they lack a professional instructor, they taught members about STEM-related jargons? Maybe that's what they did. So this is what you want to achieve in your leadership essay, right? So in this case, this was the main impact. They showed that they had a stereotype for their club, right? Because let's be real. If you're a president of a club, it can be for show, it can be something that you actually did, like impactful, right? So you want to prove that you didn't just take this role for like your CV and your CV actually got no content. It's actually just a title, right? So they told us here that they were trying to battle this like geeky male stereotype. So the actual impact that they had was that they evolved a club from like 5 people to 80 people. That's like how many times like multiply it, right? So this shows that this person actually had results from the fact that you were a leader of this club. How did they achieve this result? You have the initiatives that you take. So when you have a leadership essay or anything that describes your skills, you have like, I guess, the overarching goal or like how you change something for the better, and then the specific steps that you took in order to achieve that goal, right? So how you highlight that is through things like, for example, go back, go back, stop going back. That's not going back. Okay. So again. Okay, yeah. So basically, you show it through the initiatives that you took, aka the steps that you took, and what's the effect of each initiative that you take. For example, this one, they said that they taught members about STEM-related jargon and encouraged constructive debates. And because of that, they fostered an environment where it was proactive listening without any moralization or judgment. This is especially important because this line, for example, without moralization or judgment, inserts the writer's personal like principles and convictions into the essay. Right? So it's not just telling them like, oh yeah, people were like learning a lot and then they like told me that they learned a lot. This is also inserting that, hey, I think that this is an important thing to me and this actually resonated in my club and my club actually had this kind of space that I created, that kind of thing. So from there, we see that this writer basically highlighted a commitment that extends beyond the official role. Again, tying back to the fact that a lot of these people take up like leadership positions and it's just in the name, right? So because of that, you kind of see that this writer incited intense discussions along lectures, and because of that, they actually inspired students to join the robotics club. So again, that just shows that the commitment extends beyond the club, not because they were the president of the robotics club, but because this guy like actually likes robotics and wants to spread the like love of robotics to everyone and the skills that come with that. So yeah, make sure that if you have the opportunity to kind of like expand your reach beyond your club, and make sure you include that, and don't be afraid that that's going to be like kind of irrelevant because it's not like directly related to the role. Make sure you include that because it actually shows that you have a commitment beyond the title. Yeah, another thing that we want to highlight here is this particular part. So as an introverted leader, I try to listen first and use my soft-spoken attentiveness to invite dialogue and improve team chemistry. Notice the fact that this person highlighted that they were an introvert. Now, when we talk about leadership, a lot of times we think that we've got to be loud, we've got to be very yappy, and you've got to be like a very energized person, right? This person turned that on its head and said that, hey, I'm an introvert, but I actually use this to my strength, right? So a lot of times, if you feel like you have a skill that doesn't like fit the stereotypical like I'm very outgoing, I'm very like assertive kind of thing, try to spin it in a way that says that this supposed so-called weakness actually worked for me in a good way, right? So then they kind of like explain that, right? Saying that how whenever my team wins or loses, the external pressure of like suffering a setback actually does not affect the team because I was able to curate an environment where people like relied on each other and trusted each other through the chemistry, right? So maintaining our consistency and resolve. So again, the pink part is like kind of like the actions that they took, and then the green part is the like effect on other people. So this was very clear, and I mean this might not be like so clear in the sense where this was an example from the college essay guy. It wasn't like a Malaysian person who wrote it, but superimpose that on any of your existing commitments, and you can kind of see that effect, right? Yeah. So from now, that was the leadership essay. So leadership essays could be like smaller scale things where you kind of interact with other people in your school, for example. And then you have things like the you and your community essay, where they ask things like, how do you impact your community? How do you create positive change in your community? So a lot of times, the leadership essay kind of looks like maybe you came into a club, maybe the club didn't have problems. Because maybe like let's be real, sometimes if there's no problem and you just kind of come there and you're like, oh, I just want to lead projects, right? So sometimes there's no problem there, and that's fine. But what's likely is that in a community essay, there is a ingrained issue in the community that you are trying to solve or you are trying to make better, at least. So what does this look like, right? Do you have to refresh this? Okay, thanks. So again, another UC prompt. So this was a person who, like, this is a Malaysian student. So what have you done to make your school or your community a better place? So highlight, first thing, show the problem in the community and highlight what's the problem that you're trying to solve here, right? So in this case, this person is talking about racial tolerance in Malaysia. So they're talking about like growing up in a multicultural country that preach racial tolerance in textbooks yet upheld like inequitable systems of education. They always wish for a constructive platform to express their opinion. So again, like what Sharmin and Nina said just now, sometimes in other like Americans, they don't like understand the local context, right? So you have to kind of do more legwork in order to set it up for them. Whether that be, for example, if you want to quote something in Malay, and then you have to make like a translation of it. If you want to like, say that like, oh yeah, Malaysia is actually like multicultural, but look, we're kind of racist, like that kind of thing. So like stuff like that. So do the legwork of explaining that to them. And again, use techniques like show don't tell. But these are all like secondary stuff, like try to make your essay look like polished and fancy in terms of show don't tell. These are of course secondary, but important to keep in mind as you write. So for example, like very showy line, it'd be like racial equality was not a topic suited for the dinner table, that was a school hall. Which basically says that like I can't even talk about this to my family, let alone in like a public space, right? Because I'm gonna probably get like shut down or like just ostracized or something. So because of this, show the problem in the community and then highlight what is the impact that you're trying to have here. You already set the problem, so it's like problem solution. What is the impact you're trying to say? This person said that they were determined to ensure the youth were provided with a safe platform to voice their concerns. So now that you say that this is the impact that you hope to have, then your next task is to prove to the admissions officer, did you actually achieve that impact, right? So from this, we go to the second part, which is highlighting, like, again, what you did, so the initiative that you took, and then talking about the impact from that initiative. So this is when you kind of prove to them that, like, hey, I recognize that there's a problem in my community. This is what I did. Did I actually achieve the impact that I said I wanted to do? So that's where you kind of have to like make sure you word your essay in a way that shows that you made the impact. And yeah, a lot of times, I'm just going to highlight this part. For example, slowly more and more participants like Camelia begin to speak up. Harun, Felicia, add characters to your story. It helps to visualize like who exactly you're talking about instead of just saying a participant, a person, a da da da, right? It's important to like put in names and just like name drop people. You can like change the names if you don't want to like expose people, right? But generally, make it like a story where people can visualize the characters, just so it's a way to allow them to latch onto your characters and understand better. Yeah. So beyond that, again, this is another example of continued commitment to the issue. So similar to the robotics example of showing that you are not just like a one-off kind of person. Maybe you did like one fancy event like USAPPS or something, and if you did nothing beyond that, then that means nothing, honestly. Because then it shows that if you are truly passionate about something, you have to have some kind of continuation of that interest. And it can be in many forms. It doesn't have to be flashy event with flashy event. It could be like flashy event with like something more chill, something more in your community, and it could be like in your school or something like that. So yeah, that's generally the strat when it comes to community essays. What's important to note here, and I think this is a very valuable piece of advice that I heard one time like from a Harvard interviewer. They said that when they look at community essays or they look at like extracurricular essays, what they look for is that if you were, for example, to kind of just like erase this person from the world, right? right? They just like poof, they'll just like disappear. What is the whole that they leave in society? What is the impacts or the actions that wouldn't have happened as a result of them not existing? So when you write about your impacts in your essay, then this is just like a good idea, like a good way to like litmus test if you wrote about your impacts well enough. Because if you erase yourself from the world and you feel like, hey, actually I did like my efforts were actually like kind of erasable, I didn't mean a lot, then that's just kind of telling about how you wrote your essay. So yes, hold on, what are we at right now? Okay, so let's move on to the short essay prompts. So this looked like essay prompts through Princeton, Stanford, mostly Princeton and Stanford, I think maybe UPenn at some point in time. So again, this is from a Malaysian person at Stanford. So one of the prompts was like a historical moment or event that you like to witness. Notice the hook here. Doctor minus man plus woman equals nurse. Very catchy, I think. And this kind of like was used as a precursor to explain how there's gender bias in AI. And this is what this person was like passionate about. So important thing to know about short essays is that you have really like limited options. So because of that, make it as catchy as possible and like punchy as possible. Another one is the roommate essay, and this is honestly like one of the more interesting things to write because it's very conversational, right? You don't feel the pressure of like trying to make it very polished. So this person took a very interesting method to writing their roommate essay. Let's just like read through this for a sec. Okay, next page. Okay, basically, same thing, right? So this essay was a poem with mnemonics, and the mnemonics form the person's name, Sarah. Oh, so now we know who wrote it, but Sarah, basically. So this is a very unique way of writing an essay in the sense where it's not just like block text, right? She had the ability to write a poem and integrate a mnemonic in it to kind of just show that this is a technique that she uses to like memorize things and understand things. And it's unique because, you know, obviously this sticks out. It's not just like a normal essay, right? And it shows a lot of facets in a very creative way and just shows that she's a creative person. So in this sense, it's really a good idea to try to make your essay as creative as possible, but that shouldn't be the first checkpoint that you're trying to check off in your checklist. You're supposed to try to get the meat and bones of the essay and the context down first, and then see if you could possibly make something interesting like this. So this is just one way to do it. This is just an example of how you can have fun with your essays. I know a couple of other people, like this year, they also did like a very mnemonic, like kind of essay thing. So it's not, it's a gamble. You know, if you want to do it and if it works, then great. If it doesn't work, don't worry about it. Yeah, have fun with it and don't be afraid to kind of like take interesting steps to make your essay unique. Okay, we got a bonus essay, another unique essay. So sometimes when you get waitlisted by schools, they ask you to write an update essay for them, or like a letter of continued interest. What does this look like? So this person was waitlisted for Caltech, and he wrote like an update essay for them. But he did it in a very unique way. Let's see. Hi Jan, this is the person writing it. Thank you so much for your reply. I totally understand. I've added the unencrypted file into my Google Break room. Yeah, he encrypted his file and put it into Viva Break, into like the portal, because it was Caltech, and he was like, yeah, this is the vibe that Caltech wants, so I'm gonna do this. Which is insane. Like honestly, like you as a person would just submit like a letter, right? But this worked for him perfectly because number one, Caltech is like a very like academically focused school, and he understood that. So vibe check your school and see if like they would accept something like this, right? So they basically uploaded like an encrypted file for the letter and included the decryption key in their update. So then it looked like this. So it's like the last part here, I wanted to continue igniting scientific opportunity and just like hinted at like decryption keys and stuff like that, which is like super cool. But again, you don't have to do that. This is just ideas of things that people have done before. So yeah, generally, psychoanalyze the prompt, understand what the admissions officer want to like understand from you and your essay, and then from there, kind of work backwards and write your essay. Be creative where you can, but don't go overboard because creativity is not the main, like that's not the main quest, it's a side quest. The main quest is actually writing like the essay. And then from there, if it fits and your story is best delivered through that creative avenue, then it's great. So yeah. Q&A.
Is several universities demand the same type of essay, like the same? Can we use that one that we wrote for all of them, or should we be different?
Okay, so the Common App is same for every university, and then each university has their prompts, but it's quite similar. They are like groups. So sometimes they ask about community. Cornell asked about community, and then I think Columbia also asked about community. So you can like recycle it. Like it can be similar, but you always want to tie back to the college itself. And then
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. I hope you're recharged because we're kicking off the afternoon with something a little different. We're going to hear from UniSphere, a student-initiated organization that helps students with applications for tertiary education, whether it's aiming for the US, UK, or even elsewhere. They'll be sharing resources, tips, and your own experiences navigating the application process. So, if you have ever wished for a little extra guidance, especially for people who have been through it themselves, this is your chance to find out how they can support you. Let's give a warm welcome to Unisphere.
Hi everyone, I'm Josh, an incoming sophomore at Columbia University studying applied mathematics.
Hi everyone.
Hi everyone, I'm Matthew, an incoming sophomore at Yale University studying chemistry and economics, and we are the co-founders of Unisphere, along with Guy Yuan studying physics and economics at Yale, who unfortunately can't make it here today, and we have Justin, who's studying economics and management at Oxford. So, 2 years ago, I was actually in the exact same position as you guys, attending USAPPS. Okay, well, except for the live stream, I was in my bedroom watching the live stream online. So for those of you who made it out here today, okay, good job, because you're already doing better than me.
But just like you, we were trying to make sense of this massive, overwhelming process, the US University application, doing whatever we could to try and get any tips that would help us with our application. Back then, I honestly didn't know what the differences were between things like early action versus early decision, or how to write good activities, or what a liberal arts education even meant, or even what was a GPA.
And I kid you not, when at the time my TikTok For You page was flooded with college admissions content from various so-called counselors and experts who said I needed to do this and needed to do that if I wanted to have any chance of getting into my dream university. And honestly, it was probably more harmful than helpful, as I didn't know who to actually listen to, I didn't know what was legit, and I didn't know if what I was doing was good enough. And this just left me more and more overwhelmed and confused as the days till the application deadline counted down. So honestly, I really didn't have anyone around me I know I could trust and rely on to give me proper and genuine advice. And this just kind of forced me to craft my full application and do everything on my own.
Yeah, and for me, I'll be honest, the current system is like flawed, right? The traditional education consulting business model is designed to extract a lot of money from a very small percentage of students. They're built to appeal to the top 2 to 3% of applicants and charge them exorbitant fees, promising them this golden ticket into university. It creates a system that's not accessible for the vast majority of capable students. It's also often this one-size-fits-all approach where students get paired with consultants who may not have relevant experience or even a shared background, which makes it incredibly difficult to connect and get genuine, useful advice. It felt like I was navigating the process on my own, despite seeking for help.
So that's why we created Unisphere, an all-in-one US and UK university preparation platform that allows students like you to connect with current students currently studying at your dream universities, studying your dream courses.
We wanted to build something we wish we had when we were applying, when I was your age, sitting in the same chairs you're sitting in right now. A way for students from Malaysia to get guidance that is flexible, relevant, and affordable.
And I think the diagram on the bottom left is a really good representation for what we're trying to achieve. As you know, the university admissions process has many parts. And at Unisphere, we aim to offer support for every single one of these parts, whether it's personal statement and supplemental essay help to interview and admission test prep. But the best part is that you are in full control. You choose who you want to talk to and not the other way around. So you can find tutors who match your backgrounds and your goals and speak with them on whatever you need help with. And that's what we mean by flexible.
And you see, it's not just flexible, it's also relevant. Our tutors are current university students who have just gone through the same process themselves, so they can provide the most valuable and up-to-date advice. If you think of perspective, think of UK admissions tests. They change every 5 years. US essays change every 5 years as well, roughly. And with Unisphere, you're getting connected with current tutors who are current students at those universities who just navigated through the processes.
And finally, we've made it affordable. So with our 30-minute minimum sessions, and we've made it so that prices that are up to 80% cheaper than traditional consultant prices. So that they can, so basically you only pay for what you need, right? So there are no unnecessary packages or costs that you have to pay, such as success fees or things like that, which are very, very essentially they're trying to take advantage, right? So you work so hard to get to university, and you have to pay extra fees just because you made it. It doesn't make any sense.
Now our model is very similar to Airbnb. I'm sure many of you guys have heard of Airbnb or Shopee or Lazada. It's this idea that we're not actually selling the service itself. We're selling the platform where tutors can come on board and choose their own prices. What we want is this fair environment where students pay a fair price and tutors charge a fair price. We don't tell our tutors what to charge. They make up their own prices. We aim to have this highly competitive environment where all tutors are kind of competing against each other, trying to drive prices down. Additionally, we've also compiled and curated an extensive bank of resources, including successful Common App essays and supplemental essays from our amazing tutors who have gotten into the top US colleges, such as the Ivy League, Stanford, and more. We're also currently working on various AI tools, including an AI SAT app that understands you and understands exactly what you guys need help in. You can now boil down using our app in understanding which part of English you guys struggle in. If you guys are struggling, for example, in grammar, the AI SAT tool will only be giving you grammar questions. If you guys struggle with maths and realize it's actually algebra and not geometry, it will only give you the hard algebra questions. We're also working on an AI bot for interviews. Now this applies for a lot of UK interviews, mainly Oxbridge and Imperial, where we have an AI tool that understands previous questions that interviewers might ask and generates an infinite bank of questions depending on your college at Oxford or Cambridge and depending on exactly what you're trying to study. So if you're trying to study engineering at Cambridge, we have an AI tool that will understand all the previous successful interview questions and will give you unlimited flow of questions for you to practice and kind of answer. And we'll provide a guide across to them.
So we truly believe that there are so many students in Malaysia who are more than capable of getting into top universities, but they just lack access to the right support and guidance. Whether you're starting this process now or are deep in it already, we want you to know that you don't have to do it alone and shouldn't. Well, we've been there, been through it, and we're all here to support you however we can.
We're incredibly grateful to be here at USAPPS and to everyone here, as this is exactly the kind of community that inspired us to start Unisphere in the first place. At the end of the day, more than admission support, we want to build a community where students help other students and stay connected for life. Our dream for Unisphere is that we have this everlasting community of students and tutors, where the current students that we help eventually become tutors who help the next generation of students.
Yeah, so thank you so much everyone for listening, and we hope you'll join us, whether as students, mentors, or hopefully both one day. And if you have any more questions, feel free to come ask us at our booth outside, and we're more than happy to meet you guys and answer your questions.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, Miss Vios, for sharing. Up next, we have a panel that's going to pull back the curtain of what a successful US application can look like, from the early planning stages all the way to the alumni interview. Our panelists will share their own application strategies, the mistakes they learned from, and how they approach everything from college visits and essays to extracurriculars and even academics. We'll also hear what it's really like to sit for an alumni interview and how to make the most of out of the opportunity. On the panel today, we have Hannah Amran, Maria Lena Mazlan, Ashley Fizzle, and moderating the discussion is Nasha, who will guide us through their stories and make sure we get both the big lessons and the small practical tips. Please join me in welcoming Hannah, Maria, Asif, and Nilasha.
Hi everyone, I'm Nilasha and I'm going to moderate today's session. Okay, so to start things off, I would like to ask the speakers to introduce themselves, the uni that they're attending, and what was your dream school during the application process?
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah. So I'm currently a rising senior at the Wharton School, and look at my degree there. It's very long. Like essentially, I'm not going to shorten it, but basically I do a Bachelor of Science in Economics with concentrations in Finance and Business Analytics with a minor in International Relations, but aka I'm just a finance girl like any other. Anyways, so coming back to the intro question of what was my dream school, initially I never planned on studying in the US. I actually wanted to go to Oxford, specifically under the economics and management course, but it's God's plan here I am today. Moving on to Marga.
Hello. Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Maria. I go to Northwestern University. I'm a rising sophomore, and I'm double majoring in econs and also international studies. We don't have something called international relations, so it's international studies, and hopefully minoring in data science. Sounds like a lot, but I go to a quarter system school, so that's why I can like pack a lot of my classes. So the fun question, my dream school was actually LSE.
Hi kids, my name is Asif. I'm going to be a junior next semester. As you can see, my major is applied math, economics, and East study, but it's really not that deep. I just tell people I do econ. It's just so that in the resume, employers will see, actually, this guy's interesting. I realized I'm really not that interesting, but quite boring actually. So going back to the dream school question. Okay, initially, my dream school, well, I'll say my dream school, the school that I wanted to go was in the UK, LSE. I did apply at SC, I did get it, but fortunately, circumstances, like my parents said that they wouldn't fund me if I were to go to UK. So that's why I ended up in the very, very boring university, Brown University. So I'm just joking. Okay.
So I think we can see the similarities. All of them do econ, and all of their dream schools was in the UK, and now they ended up in the US. So okay, let's move on to the first question. What was your approach when starting your US application, and what would you say was your main stepping stone? Anyone can start.
I want to be honest, I didn't really prepare, but I think the main stepping stone was at the stage was that I was doing A levels. A lot of my peers were, I studied in Alice State, I did A levels, and a lot of my peers did wanted to go to UK. About 95% of them wanted to go to the UK. And I keep on asking the question, what is the appeal to go to the UK, right? The economy is failing. There's so many Malaysians there, it's almost like a couple to go there. But then I have three older brothers that went the same process. Three older brothers, they all were thinking about UK or US, but ended up all three of them ended up going to the US, UNC, NYU, and the rest. So I really learned from the mistakes that my brothers have made, and also their choices in which they have made it successful for them in terms of going to the US and learning from their experiences, and also their warnings about the US. So almost doing a cost benefit analysis of US and UK, or maybe Australia for some of you guys. And essentially what I concluded was my brothers went there. My parents can't even fund me if I go to UK or Australia. So that's the only choice that I went to. And in terms of approach, I really just use whatever's there for me, which is my the online tools that I have, which is reviewing essays that other people wrote, and also talking to people who go to the universities that you want to. So for example, you guys are here today. You guys are creating your own luck, and this is a good stepping stone now. So I'm really proud of you guys for coming for USAPPS. I'm pretty sure that 90% of you will be in the US soon, not UK. So in terms of the main stepping stone, I would say it comes down to my family, my brothers, who have done it before me. And also partly because I wanted to be different from my peers. I wanted to thrive beyond than just UK 7 hours away. I want to be 24 hours away from my family. So that was it.
Okay. Okay, yeah. For yeah, okay. So for me, I think my approach was to be honest, I'm under a scholarship, so we have like a list of universities. But of course, based on the universities itself, you're just gonna like. I think everyone would do this, but you go to the website, go to the internet, and you check one by one which one feels more like you. And something that I did is I actually go on Reddit and actually, if you go to websites, you actually see like the official, you're trying to differentiate it like officially academically, but then you go to Reddit because you just want to know more about this school. And as much as like this sounds so cliche, I'd say like follow your heart. Like I told this to Charmin, I'd say that okay, you know what? I don't want Stanford because I don't like the campus. I know that sounds like a lot of people like the campus itself, but I just follow my heart and I was like, you know what? I just like Northwestern. I like the campus. I like the vibe. Sometimes you just gotta follow your heart. If you feel like that's the best one, it is the best one for you. And then a stepping stone for me is I went to USAPPS actually, and that was my stepping stone. I think I talked to a lot of seniors who helped me a lot. I listened to Asif talk. I actually read Hannah's essays. So that was like, bro, I know these people even before they know me. So yeah, that helped me a lot. So yeah, basically my approach was just, just to start somewhere, just go on website you think and just like find out more about the school. If you prefer semester system or quarter system, you just want to learn, take more classes, just know more in general about it, but also like social aspects. So just try Reddit or Quora Digest. I mean, I use that a lot just to know more about this school on a personal level. So yeah, that's my approach.
I actually really like that. I like the fact that she emphasized on like just starting somewhere because that really is how you start. And for me, my personal experience, I would like structure it in like two ways. So I had like two main milestones. The first milestone was the exploration phase, and the second milestone would probably be like the ramp up, and when I actually start getting serious and actually start applying to these schools. So as mentioned earlier, I started applying. I wanted to really go to Oxford, right? So first semester at QI, I knew that that was my end goal. I was like, okay, what do I do, and how do I get there? And so I am a JPA scholar, and like JPA literally said to me, you can only study economics and nothing else. So I was like, okay, sure, I know economics from the SPM, but like, what about economics? Why do I actually like economics, and why do I actually want to study it? So in my first semester at QI, I actually decided to apply to this like research internship at like Ideas, Malaysia, and so that was essentially my exploration phase of like just figuring out why do I actually want to study this for the next 3 to 4 years after QI, right? So that's my first, and just really like exploring. And moving on to my second milestone, which is really the ramp up. So this one, I would say that it actually started like after AS. So basically, the first year after A levels is when you actually like sit down and figure out what you need for your application. So, for example, like at that time, I haven't taken my SATs. I haven't even written a single essay, and this was like 4 months before the application is due, right? So, side note here is that there's always time for you to start. It's never too late. Although 1 month, I would say it's a bit too late lah. But 4 months is still fine. If you're right here, you're still in summer, you just started A2, there's a lot of time for you to still figure out what you want to do and what you want to put in your application. Which brings me to the point about the stepping stone, right? So stepping stone actually happened in the second phase of like this A2 when I wanted to figure out like what did I want to showcase myself, which we'll come back to that in the second question. But like when I was wondering, when I had so many questions of like how do I really increase my success of being accepted to these amazing schools, I actually had a conversation with a friend. His name is Jalal. He's right there out there, and so that was actually a real stepping stone because I think we really bonded about that, and then I made so many friends along the way. And so because we worked through it together, and if it's not for the friends that I've made through US applications, shout out to a lot of friends here. They would speak as yesterday, like Moez, Azhar, my friend Inas. These people were truly the backbone of my whole application process, and if it's not for them, I wouldn't be here today.
Very insightful. So I think that you guys being here is definitely a stepping stone. So proud of you guys for doing that. Okay, next question. I'm pretty sure you guys can all agree that like when applying, you're essentially telling a story. So what kind of profile or narrative did you want to showcase to the admissions officers?
Okay, I think something that I showcased on my application and coming back to, I think someone asked about like mention like how do you not mix trauma down and also telling your struggle is that something that I wanted to tell is, well, long story short, I had a scoliosis surgery, so I'm with like a 2 titanium rod, 13 screws in my back right now, and I think that's like like a struggle for me a lot. And so something that I was trying to showcase is how with this struggle, I changed it into like helping people and creating like a society. Well, okay, kind of like I didn't want to talk about my problem, but that is basically how I want to tell. Okay, you know what? Based on this problem, I want to be able to help people, and because not many people know how to with like with your struggles, especially in like medical stuff, and there's a lot of people who talk about physical help from doctors, but most people don't have it from like an emotional aspect, and that's what I was trying to showcase in my application on how I wanted to help people on an emotional level. So even if they have this illness, you get all the medicine, you get all the help from doctors, but who's going to help you personally? And so I just want to create a community. And for context, I applied to Northwestern as early physician, and so like I know a lot about Northwestern and how it's like a very like a cool school, like everyone knows everyone, there's a lot of clubs, there's a lot of support groups, and like that is one of the group that I wanted to make. So that's like, one of the aspects that I was trying to showcase in my application. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, so coming back to the ramping up phase, or where basically where you double down on like who and what you want to put in your application, right? I'm sure by now, like most of you have heard about this spike versus like having like a wide range of activities on your application. For me, I knew I didn't have a spike. Like my spike is just myself. Like there's nothing really like I'm not like a person who say that I'm the number one fan of economics because I know that's not true. Like sure, I wrote about a research paper about taxes in Malaysia, but who can truly be passionate about taxes? So when I had my conversation with my friends, I realized that who I really am is boiled down to these three things, which is first, I'm a go-getter. Number two, I'm a person who likes to connect people and bring people together. And number three, I'm a person who is very curious. And don't get me wrong, all of these can be applied to anyone in this room. I can bet you even the people, all four of us here, are all go-getters, are all curious in some way, and are all also like, yeah, basically you get what I mean. It's such like vague aspirations for me to say where you have to really think about like, how do you really showcase yourself in these kind of traits? And so this is how I did it to keep it simple, right? So when I say that I'm curious, I have to really showcase that, right? And I did this by doing a research project that say, hey, I'm curious about economics. What about economics, right? So I did a research. That's number one. Number two, I'm saying that I'm a go-getter. So how do I prove that I'm a go-getter? Is that I actually started a business and I sold on Shopee, guys. Guys, it was a ringgit postcard business, but it proves the point that I was a go-getter. I really like drilled on it in my essay that hey, I'm a business starter or whatever. It died, but like get the point, you know. And lastly, is I'm a person who likes to bring people together. How do I showcase this? My essay is that I did a conference in KY, so KYM Summit. I loved it. I loved the idea that I was able to bring people together, not just for fun and social activities, which I also do, but it's more of like connecting people through intellectual ideas, through new intellectual ideas, and also new themes for people to really explore and bring out the best in themselves in terms of academic interests. So yeah, that's about my approach of profile.
I like how you framed it boiled up to 3 points like a consultant. So it's very difficult. So essentially when I actually started, I didn't really know myself at the start of my application. I didn't know what I want to showcase to an admission officer, what kind of brand do I want to showcase to the officer. So what I did was at first, I took a blank piece of paper and I jotted down the things of at what age, what did I do, which school did I go to, what kind of achievements I've done. Just for context, that really helped me to kind of get things going in terms of knowing myself, because I'm pretty sure you wouldn't know 100% what you did across 20 years, 18 years of your life. And it really helped me remind myself of who I am and try to convince myself of who I am in like 3 bullet points. And I think I mentioned this last year. If you can, after reading your application, after reading your essays, your 10 extracurriculars, if you yourself can summarize your application in 3 to 5 bullet points, you've done a great job. Because what you want to show is a theme, a brand, not necessarily scattered ideas, personalities about you. So just for context, when I was in primary school, I attended a Chinese school actually, as JKC G1. So after 6 years in, it was a funny story. So basically my family wanted to move to China, so I was the youngest at the time, so they sent me there. And then that didn't work out, so they just left me there for 6 years, and they came back after 6 years to be like, hey, welcome back. So after the 6 years, I really maintained that Chinese proficiency by taking Chinese languages across high school. Up until now, I still major in Chinese. So the whole brand was trying to be different from the typical Malaysian, right? Because you're trying to, how do you say, develop your unique selling point. Unique selling point. You want to develop your unique selling point. So my way of branding it was that I'm a Malay Muslim from Malaysia, but also very, also multilingual. So they say I can speak Malay, English, and Chinese proficiently. And trying to brand it as to link it to a bigger picture, which is, in the global stage, trying to showcase I'm a global citizen, right? So you link it to bigger ideas from your personality. So what I did was I linked it to China, US, in terms of the economy, and then Malaysia, how they can benefit from perhaps these two being at war with each other, trade war, right? And how Malaysia can be the intermediary, but we need people like this, so I could be that guy. So that was my selling point, right? It's not really that sexy, but it worked in many ways because I've applied to 27 applications, including UK. I've had 7 rejections and 20 acceptance. But I think finding that niche, finding that unique selling point within you, and developing it from root, branch to the leaves of the tree, you can then put it up there and know what's your brand. And if you can, again, I repeat this again, if you can read your essays and applications and summarize it to 3 to 5 bullet points of who you are, you've done a good job.
Okay, something I want to add as well is in your application, I think that a lot of people might think like this. Like if you think about something and then you feel like, or like a lot of people does the same thing, and then you feel like motivated because like, oh, I want to be special than everyone. I think that I used to think like that until at a point like I feel like there's always something to talk about. So for instance, for me, I'm from a boarding school and all girls school, TKC, and I was like, everyone everyone pergi to all girls school juga, and then I was like, okay, you know what? I should be thinking that there's always something. If you think that that thing is special to you, there's always something for you to tell your admission officer that is different from everyone else. As much as everyone goes to a boarding school, everyone goes to an all boys school, everyone goes to, I don't know, maybe everyone can talk like three languages. There's always something for you to talk in your application that is special to you. And if it's special to you, then other people cannot replicate the same thing that you write. Yeah, that's it.
Wow, that's very insightful. So I expect everyone to go back today and take a piece of paper and find your unique selling point. Okay, so we're done talking about essays. Now we're gonna move on to like interviews because I know that you guys are like you've been hearing about essays the whole day today. So this question is for Hannah. How did you prepare for your alumni interview, and what kind of questions did they ask you?
Sure. Okay. So for context, I did have a couple. I mean, to be fair, I only applied to 7 US schools, and I had 4 acceptances, so not too bad, like right? But between the seven, two of them were UC. So UCs don't have alumni interviews, but the rest had. So my most memorable one was Princeton. I absolutely loved my Princeton interview, and my worst one was actually my Penn interview. But here we are today. So basically, how I approach interviews were, and this goes to any other interview you would have, right? You, I remember. Okay, so I remember like back in QY, I had like a whiteboard, okay, and so because I'm a person who just likes to see my ideas come into life, and so I remember every time before I had any of my interviews, I would go to my whiteboard, I would write three main themes. Sorry for the overstructuring, but like it's easy to remember. Sorry, because my notes were also like bullet points, so these are just the bullet points. So first bullet point was who am I? AKA I'm very like you'll always have the answer about tell me about yourself, right? So that first bullet point will always be like who am I, and then I'll write like the three bullet points as I told you guys earlier. So I'm a go-getter, I'm a person who loves bringing people together, and I'm very curious. So now my next bullet point, or like major bullet point, would be like why the school? And you have to be like genuine, right? Also because for me, I did not do early admissions. I only did regular divisions. And so I was happy to get into any school I applied to. I applied to like Harvard, Princeton, very aspirational, kan? Tapi, yeah lah, so that's why I was happy to just like get to any school I got. So, but the caveat to that is that when it comes to these interviews, you have to show genuine interest of like why you want to go to that school. Why did I want to go to Harvard? Why did I want to go to Princeton, for example, in my Princeton interview? So I had to write down like three things, say that like, okay, I like the campus, I like the classes, but it also cannot be like things that are like fake or over like high level, right? It has to be something that you genuinely researched about the university. And how do you do this? By talking to people. Like personally, I think in hindsight, I honestly knew most about Penn because I talked to like three Penn alumni when I was applying, and that was really, really helpful because they gave me like genuine points and like very niche points that I wouldn't have been able to find out if I just Google search, what am I in Penn, right? So talk to people. So that's your first step today, is to really ask us if we go to any of the schools that's your dream school, ask us what's special about your school. And make sure you remember it and it's something for you to leverage in your alumni interviews. And so my last point is also, you also have to answer the question about like, why are you doing this major? Because in the US especially, you can do anything you want. Like for me, I changed my concentrations almost every semester, if not every week. So I had to tell them why I wanted to be a finance role, although that was not in my application. I actually applied to be social entrepreneurship, guys, but yeah, so here we are. Anyways, but I had to really showcase why I wanted social entrepreneurship. Why did I put that into my application? So I had to really tell them like I'm generally like passionate and like about social entrepreneurship. Like everything about it is my true passion. Like you really have to like fake it to make it. Although if in hindsight, generally I did not know anything about social entrepreneurship, and that's why clearly it's not my major now. But so to recap, if you want to prepare for alumni interviews and also for any interview in life, just remember that who you are, why do you choose this school, and why are you choosing this subject, and then you're pretty much set to go.
So I'm not as successful as Hannah in the interview stage. I did around 4, and I was only successful with 1, and that one university is actually Duke in China, Duke-Shan, which is close, like outskirts of Shanghai. And it's probably the only interview where they actually had your application on their hand. They actually asked you questions from the applications that you wrote to that, which is it's very unusual. Right? Interviews, they don't normally read that, so you only have your name and your phone number. The other 3, it's very sad for you to kind of like reflect on that. But the other 3 was UPenn, Columbia, and Cornell. I actually did to Wharton, but Huntsman, Wharton. And I think in hindsight, the reason why I wasn't successful was that I may have been successful in writing them out, pitching myself on paper, but it's a different kind of ball game whenever you talk to that person and you want to pitch yourself in real life conversation. So what I would say is that what I advise you guys to do is that do not try to do the same thing that you have on paper and say it verbatim in interviews, because you're gonna sound so boring. You'd be like, oh, in the bigger picture, I should have done X, Y, Z, but it's a conversation. So my failure was I wasn't able to translate whatever I have on paper into real life or in conversation. So being social and being able to read the room, doing research from the interviewer, that will give you a big edge. If let's say the interviewer is a big soccer or football fan, and then you found out that they're a Man United fan, right? And then you bring up, hey, actually, they're doing really badly this year. So it opens up a really human, like a human avenue. Right? You're very good at being social. So that's one thing to just add on in terms of interviews. Yeah.
No, actually, that just reminded me of something. So I should have actually told you guys of why I think Peg was my worst interview. And I can tell you about it right now, because it's actually funny story to tell. So I told you guys earlier how I started this postcard business, okay? And I kid you not, it was literally a postcard business. I literally just took Canva icons, I just printed it out and sold it on Shopee. So I put that in my resume and I put that in my application. And although my interview didn't have access to these materials, I fit that into like who am I in person, right? So I have this business. But then being a business major or finance major in his case, he actually doubled down on that specific point and asked me, so tell me about your business. And I kid you not, it was not just about that. He was just like, okay, I sold the postcard for 1 week. The printing cost was around like 30 cents per piece because it's like a bulk printing. And so he was asking me about like questions about like, so how are your margins? How do you plan to like improve your business in the future years? And I'm just like, bro, this was a side project, a side hustle. But then I had to showcase that, right? It's not that deep. It was literally a 20-cent profit. How do I say that? I want to go to the best business school in the world when I only had a profit of like 20 times like 10 sales. 2 ringgit, guys, 2 ringgit. But Mr. was just like, okay, tell me more. And I'm just like, I'm cooked. So it's not the worst thing that could happen to me. So here I am today at Warren actually studying how I can improve my business skills and valuations. So it's very interesting to think about it in hindsight. But yeah, just to tell you guys, the worst interview might not be the end of the world. Just make sure you guys know that if you guys put something in your application, it might come back to haunt you.
Yeah, so make sure you know whatever you write in your application, because they might like hunt you down. Okay, next question is for Asif.
Yeah.
Looking back at your interview experience, since you said you did many, what are some do's and don'ts you'd like to share with someone preparing for their alumni interview?
Yeah, I guess I'll start with the do's first. So I've mentioned that to be successful in this an interview, one thing that you need to really have is knowing how to have conversations with other people. If you're not there or you've not practiced it, I do suggest you to practice having that conversation, having that flow, not necessarily just having a conversation, but having that flow of like bouncing back from your interviewer. And the second do is to do your research. I said, do your research on the interviewer, see what they like, because at the end of the day, your interviewer is a human. They like stuff. We like stuff. We like stuff irrationally. They might like stuff irrationally too, right? Nothing, no one just likes something because it's rationally sound. You know, they must have some irrationality, some emotions putting it there. And then I guess for the don'ts is definitely do not vomit out whatever you put in your applications to your interview. Pick out the big pictures, big things that you want to put out there. Because then if you vomit out all your things that you put in your application to the interviewers, they're not gonna remember anything. Because you're gonna say blah 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 blah, and then they say, I'm gonna go see. So mention the big 3 points that you are taking away from your applications, right? And then second don't is please do not kind of like assume that the interview is casual unless you've tested the waters first. So I've had interviews where interviewers are kind of chill. The panel was really chill, but then the Colombia one that was very traumatic because I wanted to be really casual with him, but he was just really closed off. I guess he wasn't really open to breaking that third wall per se, and I think that was my downfall lah. So please jot it down. I know you guys. Why you guys not writing it down? Huh? You guys are not writing. This one got recorded. Recorded. YouTube. Okay, it's okay. Watch the recording. But anyways, remember that. But these are not and all be all kind of thing. There's still other tips that you guys can do to be successful. But I guess Hannah would have more things to say in terms of the do's and the don'ts because she was successful on a pen interview.
I mean, I actually have a friend right now who is a good friend and also my mentor when I was a freshman. So she was a junior, like basically 2 years ahead of me, and she already graduated like last year. So right now she's actually an alumni interview for Penn. So anyone Penn applicants, you guys might actually get her as an interviewer. And I asked her, so how is life? And how is life as an interviewer specifically, right? She mentioned that just be a human person. Because actually like alumni interviews, they don't actually play a big weight compared to like your say your essays and your actual application itself. It's more of them trying to help you to like get into the school as well. Like they want to make sure that they're sending the right candidate to go to the school. Because if they think that you cannot survive to the rigor of the school that you apply to, then like what are you doing here, for example, right? So just be yourself, showcase the best parts of you and why you actually apply to the school. Right? Be a real person because that's really what she wants to know. Like at the end of the day, when she comes back from an interview saying that like, okay, I can imagine this person taking this class and he will be able to survive through that class because school isn't easy. Like sure, we might seem like we're so happy to talk about education, but when we're really there, it's actually super tough. And like we have like it really tests you and pushes you to the limit. So we're just making sure that we want you to be able to thrive and succeed in wherever you go, right? So yeah, just be yourself.
Okay, thank you so much, Hannah and Sid. So now since we already talked, we're gonna ask her a question. So after all your offers came in, how did you finally decide that Northwestern was the one for you?
Okay, yeah. So since I EP to Northwestern, that was like my only US option. Be like Hannah, and I'm gonna break it down into three. So I was considering three, which is personal factors, academic, and also social. So personally, I might sound like very petty or something, but I actually like my campus a lot. Like I see pictures and be like, damn, siapa di keluar bilik, and then suddenly they saw like a beach kan. Macam, I actually have that guys, like I keluar my dorm, I can see Lake Michigan, go to the beach. Actually it's windy guys, macam pasti masuk mata semua. It's not good, it's a windy city, but it's great. I like the campus and that was like one of the points that made me want to go to Northwestern and choose that as my college. So if you guys think that because the campus is nice, then go ahead. If you guys think UChicago punya Gothic structure is so like you, then go ahead if you think that. And yeah, I think also I love Chicago a lot. It's a very nice city, but it's like a calm city, not really like New York. There's always something happening in New York, and I don't like that. But if you guys like that, go ahead. I just like a calm city. And then when I read a lot, I just heard that like Chicago has a lot of cute cafes and stuff to get much informative here. Tapi yeah, but I like matcha, so macam go je lah kan like macam there's a lot of places that I can go to and then photo booth semua. And then yeah, that's for my personal. And then for academic wise, I know that if I go to Northwestern, I could possibly double major, also like a minor in something. And for my UK application, I got into LSE, which is actually my dream school, but I ended up choosing Northwestern. But I feel like if I go to LSE, then I would only be doing, econs and I couldn't be doing something else. But if I go to Northwestern, then I could, double major in something else. Actually, for context, I actually, when I entered Northwestern, I wanted to do econs and double major in political science. Took a political science class, which I read the rate my professor, and they say it was easy. No, it was not easy, guys. Oh, it was bad. It was bad for me. Yeah. So that's like one of the points that made me want to go to Northwestern more because I could take more majors or learn something new. Because I also took like a random history classes about like singing and stuff, and I know that I couldn't get that in LSE. And also I think like a good, like an advantage of studying in the state is that it's not like 100% exam based, whereas LSE is 100% exam based. And I cannot do that, especially after doing A levels. I cannot do 100% exams anymore. And in Northwestern now, I do like presentation, open Canva, buat skill and present. Then you get like that for 30% of your mark, bro. Easy. Yeah. And then like lastly is social wise. So this is actually like my major turning point for choosing Northwestern over LSE is because Northwestern is actually a D1 school, a Division 1 sports school. And I'm like a very huge sports fan. I cannot go without watching sports, especially if I go to LSE, London, I feel like I would only look at soccer, college soccer, sebab football lain lah. Yeah, but for like, I would want to be seeing like American football, basketball, volleyball, and like I feel like if I go to London, it's always like I have to travel to I don't know Manchester or somewhere to watch football as a whole. But I want to see my school play, and that's like one of my tipping point. And also there's like one player, like extra info. There's like one player in Northwestern, a basketball player that I am a huge fan of. He got drafted into NBA, guys, and I could claim, and I also have a picture. I'm like, bro, I took a picture with NBA. He got drafted. So like, I like that. So if you think that, like, this is like the things that you have to consider, lah. Okay, yeah.
There's Asif and anyone else?
So I think my choice of actually going to Brown was a plan. As I said, I ED to Penn, got a rejection letter. I applied to ED2 NYU Stern. They redirected me to NYU Shanghai. So there was like a double whammy after I think of my rejection. But on another note, I was also trying to mention to talk about rejection. Rejection, the only remedy to rejection is time. If let's say like people say, come, let's go out for a drink, let's forget about this. It won't work because once you drink, after that, the next morning you wake up feel like crap. So I think the only remedy to rejection is time. I just want to get it out there. I think the reason why I think it was Brown, I was choosing between Brown or UCLA. No offense to Kaylee and Irina, UCLA is such a big school. Everybody wants to go UCLA. UCLA reminds me of the LSE of UK because it sounds so sexy, right? Because, but then I know myself. If I'm in that environment, I'll get sucked into the fun stage. I'll forget about my academics. I'll be out every single week, 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure you have too much fun there in the fraternity. So I guess I had to make that sacrifice. I go to school. If I want to go to school, I have to belajar lah, right? Belajar betul-betul. And the second reason why I think Brown versus UCLA or Brown versus anything else, if you think about schools like Brown, Penn, Northwestern, Penn State, or other really really good universities, is think about the acceptance rates. They're almost 5 to 10%. And what happens is that it screens the best of the best. When you have a acceptance rate of 5%, only the best of the best will be there, and you hang out with a lot of these people. And I think partly the success is attributed to the people that you hang out with, right? And there's a saying that you are the average of the 5 people that you hang out with. So you see the fun bunch, if these are your 5 people, you'll be the average of the 5 people that you're sitting with. So I guess in that way, I can ride on the average of the Brown community. And I don't think it's that bad. The people there are incredible. I know Elon Musk, one of his sons go there. A few other really, really famous people are there, but also they're very incredible and smart people. You would never guess that this guy had a non-profit before coming to school, but this guy is getting hammered in the fraternity house on a Thursday night. You would never know that because everybody there is of merit and very qualified or has something of their belt that you never can ever guess. So just hanging around with very incredible people just makes you incredible on average, right? So I guess that's also one. And I think specific to Brown, sorry, yet too much. One specific to Brown is there's this thing called the open curriculum. You've heard about Columbia, they have core curriculum, or other unis that requires you to do a set of courses within the first year, mandatory. So for us, we don't have that. We call it open curriculum, whereas you just need to do the prerequisites for your specific course. So for example, mine, applied math, I have to take linear algebra and partial differential equations is my prerequisite, and that's it. And then there's no more gen ed. You don't have to take English class, you don't have to take math class. For those who are doing arts, you hate maths, you don't have to take maths in Brown. And we lack Malaysia, so I hope a bunch of you guys are planning to Brown and see you guys in 2 years' time.
Let me try see if I can outspeak whatever background noise. Okay, so a bit louder, but for me, I was choosing, and I'll keep it short because I think I echo a lot of their points about it, especially academic, social life, and so and the city also plays a role. I go to Philadelphia. Who wants to go to Philly? No one. But I grew to love the city after being there for 3 years. People still ask me about gunshots every day, but it's just. But anyways, for me, I was choosing between Berkeley and Penn. And similar to Asif, I was choosing between a private and public school, which honestly is very, very different systems. Like in public schools, you would have to fight for your life to get into classes. Like for me, I probably have to fight with one other person if I don't get into the class. It's really easy to get into classes in these smaller liberal arts colleges compared to public school like Berkeley, but it also comes with its caveats, saying that you are more sucked into the culture where you have to compete with less people, but all of them are super qualified, and then you feel more pressure because they're more likely the same profile like you, and everyone's probably doing the same thing. So there's toxic culture to it being in a small school, and you will also meet less people compared to if you say go to Berkeley. For example, my friend Ina, she goes to Berkeley. She does 30 million things. She does tap dancing. She does Carl Women's in engineering or something. But yeah, she does all of that. And what do I do? Some consulting firm. It's yeah. So Penn is known for their pre-professional culture, for better or worse. Like it has landed me to where I want to be in a career, but like it comes with a lot of like cons with that. So yeah, talk to me later if you want to know more about that. But like yeah, that's just my answer about like how I chose to head over Berkeley. Although that wasn't clear, more of the fact that it's a private school and a smaller school.
Thank you. And I do agree with Hannah. She said that you have to fight for your life. I go to public school, and enrolling to classes are like fighting for a concert ticket. It's so bad. Okay, so we will move to the last question, and then we'll open for Q&A. So if you could go back and change one thing about your whole application process, what would it be and why?
I'll keep it short, but it's not really something that I would change, but something that I would try to consider more. If I were to get rejected from my early decision, I would actually, after I finish submitting my early decision, I would actually focus more on my regular decision. I mean, like, yes, put your all into your ED school if you guys are applying for ED, but also know that there's always possibility for rejection or deferral. Is it what it's called? Yeah. So always consider that. Always put your all into all the application that you have. I mean, I get that sometimes like you apply ED, you give your all into it, but know that there's always possibility for rejection. After a rejection is redirection. So probably you're not best suited for that school. So put your all because I was actually after I submitted my ED for Northwestern, I was just hanging out and be like macam half buat then macam okay you know what I'm so tired I cannot because application can be so draining once you finish like one that you put your all into you're gonna be like I'm just gonna copy paste tweak here and there something like that but if I could turn back time I would take it more seriously for my regular decision just like thank God Alhamdulillah I got into my ED school that's it but always consider.
So for me, I mean, I'll put a different turn for this question in a sense that it's not more of my personal experience, but a personal thing that I wish I did earlier. Because for me, I think I made peace with whatever decisions I made during the application process. For example, like I wanted to EA to Harvard, but I didn't because it was a stressful time, echoing what Maria said. Because you really need to look at your mental health when going through application. Like, of course, you want to go to these amazing, like, top schools in the world, right? But like, it really does take a toll on your mental health. So be aware of that. But if there was something that I would do to turn back time, I would honestly have wanted more people to go to the US. I wish more of my friends applied, and I wish I actually made them apply. Because I think as a person who went through the US education, like I genuinely loved it. I came to the US every for my education and I'm glad to say that I came back saying that like I love my education. Because I know not a lot of people can say the same, especially if you go to the UK. Like they go there for like the social life, the traveling, like not to shade people who go to the UK. But it's honestly real. Like they genuinely hate their classes, guys. Anyways, but like say that because like there's so much like in a sense that like US flexibility is real. Like you can choose the classes you get. You don't have to take econometrics if you don't want to. Like I have never taken math class ever since the one class I took in fall semester. Just really think about US. It's a lot of work. I'm not kidding you. Like you have to put in so much effort to apply to the US, and it's not easy. You higher the higher risk of getting rejected is there, but it's definitely worth it. That's what I would do.
Mm. I don't know if I think in retrospect, I wouldn't change a single thing. But I think one thing that I did change for those who are applying for ED, like Maria, I applied for ED and after I got rejected, I actually changed some things in my essays because I knew it wasn't working. So let's say you get rejected in DD1 and D2, you can actually go on to your Common App and then change. There's some other things in your essay because you think it didn't work. But in terms of uh, wishing that I've done something else different or those kind of things, I don't think I have that kind of feeling. I agree with Anna is that I've made peace for where I'm at because the university have molded me into such a person that is very, very different from 4 years ago, 3 years ago when I was applying. And one thing that I also want to kind of get it out there is that people tend to think whenever they apply, they want the university to fit them rather than you fitting to that university. Because you are essentially the beggar here, because you are pitching yourself. So don't think that they are entitled to be fitted to you. Try to think that if let's say you were accepted into a university that you didn't want it to be, try your best to adapt, be adaptable. That's my advice to you guys, because you'll be put into the deep end a lot of the times, not just in your academics, maybe in work or in 10 years' time when you have a family. And in those times is where you have to be adaptable. And being at a university, being in a new environment is one example that you have to be adaptable. So yeah.
Hi everyone, my name is Maria. I'm here. So we'll open for questions. And I'm double majoring in econs and also international studies. I have something called like internet language.
Big one.
A lot of ICT recording systems school, so that's why I get like type a lot of my classes. So the one question are
Was it the recording? Oh, alright, go ahead.
Well, it's just an open set. Hello, welcome. Design. It looks like. Yeah, yeah.
So I think my reasoning is more. There's more things that I want to prove to myself rather than going to the default route of going UK. And also think about this in the 5 to 10 years time, where US is and where UK is going to be very, very different. UK, I don't want to throw shade to UK, but UK is not really stable at the moment. And where you want to be is trying to set yourself in a place where things are going well, and therefore you would do well. So there's more an environment thing rather than anything other than that. But also I feel like the opportunities that you have in the US, in the UK, differences is really huge. In the UK, they're not going to hire, let's say you want to be a finance bro, like, you want to do consulting or investment banking. It's not going to hire a lot of you guys because they're not much deal flow, there's not much business there. The US is always hiring because they're always looking for talent. I assume some of you guys are, who are aspiring to be engineers. Yeah, raise your hands. See, a lot of engineers, they're hiring engineers at the moment, and 50% I would say the top talents like Satya Nadella, all those billionaires are all foreigners. They all come from different countries. So it is very evident that US is very open to talent. They're not discriminate to talent. They're not discriminate to where you're from. As long as you bring value to the US gives you that platform to thrive. And also they have higher risk capital. If you take a look at US, why they can have those Amazons, why you can build so many startups, is that they can give you $10 million just like that, and without even caring about it, because they have greater risk capital, they can cover that risk. UK can't do that. So I just boil it down to two things. I guess opportunities and environment. You want to be in an environment where it will be well in 5 to 10 years, because great environments will create greater opportunities, right? So that's not the case for me if I look at UK.
A couple of things actually. I feel like the biggest main factor of US is also the fact that you are uncomfortable going to the US. Like, again, not throwing shade to the UK, but in the UK, you're going to be surrounded by Malaysians. Like if you've heard of the saying that you can kick her out and you'll hit a Malaysian, that is actually true. And saying that, like for me, because there's only like 10 Malaysians in my uni, and that's across all 4 years, including masters, including PhD students. I've been exposed to so many Americans, for better or worse, but I've been really having to grow out of my shell, grow out of your comfort zone, and I think that has really molded me into such a different person I was when I left KY or like before I went to the US. It has given me the learning opportunities I didn't know I needed. For example, like taking a history class, and it has given me so many, I would say like in hindsight, that things that I would never knew that I would do and take up if I were not being in the US surrounded by these people who are doing the same thing. Like for example, I remember for some reason in like my second year, everyone was taking photography classes, and so I felt compelled to take a photography class as well. You wouldn't have that experience in the UK, and yeah, I think that's just a short answer for me. A couple of things. So again, getting out of your comfort zone, being exposed to things that you didn't know that you needed, and also just being with the idea that you don't have to be with Malaysians, although the fact that I might be coming back to Malaysia and I'm still back to my comfort zone. But you know, you still need that phase in life where you're still like outside your homegrown and like home comfortable shell. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. We have one question here. Someone asked, would you recommend applying ED for top unis such as Stanford, MIT, Harvard? Maybe the acceptance rate is higher, or if not, is it due to higher competition?
I give a short answer to this. The reason why I think some of you may not know this, why ED rates are kind of inflated, the rates are higher. Okay, firstly, they are the people that are minded. You know, they know that this, if they accept, they will most likely choose this university to go in. But then the other reasons why it's inflated is because a lot of the accepted athletes, recruited athletes, they get accepted in this round. And then secondly, the legacies, the parents, the sons of parents that went to the same universities, they applied via ED also. So that's why the ED rates are, for example, let's say for Brown, it's like 16%, 15% compared to the RD at 3%. So think about it. You're competing with, it's more competitive actually, if you think about it. If you're not legacy, or you're not recruited athletes, if you're just a common student, it's way more competitive because competing with already recruited athletes, yeah, which means they're already pre-accepted in. And just ED is just to formalize it. And then second is the legacies, which is most likely they're going to get in. Okay. So high acceptance rate, but if you normalize it, it's actually, I think, way more. You say yes, right? You say yes, right?
Also, something short for me was, okay, I know that the regularization for Northwestern was, I think, 7.2%, something like that. And it goes way, way higher, just like as you said, especially my school is a Division One school, so all the recruited athletes are basically under ED, and they're under like a partial scholarship or something, so that doesn't feed that a lot. But I'd say that try to apply ED with a mindset because you actually macam betul-betul like firm with this school. I really love this school. I'm giving my all for this application. Like I genuinely know this school. I research everything about it. Try not to go with the mindset of like, oh, I know it's like we're gonna get in. Like it's easier to get in if I apply for ED. Don't go with that mindset because with that mindset, I think that you have the tendency to be like, okay, you know, can like chill a bit because you know acceptance rates are higher. So much of, I don't think you should, you know, do your application with this mindset and say, you know, because you actually love this school. Because like generally speaking, at least for me, that was my first choice. I know that I didn't want to go to Ivy League school. That's not like macam aiming low, but no. I actually wanted to go to Northwestern because you know I love the sports culture paired with the academic punya, you know, rigor macam tu lah. So if you actually love that school a lot, you know at the top of your head, you did your research, you know what to say, and you feel like what you say is perfect, then go ahead. But if you have a mindset of macam, okay, I think it's easier for me to go in, then I don't think you should be applying. Yeah.
I actually 100% agree with that. I think the only thing for me, I didn't do E, so I can't say much. But the answer is if you should do early, yeah, as long as you know that that's the school that you want to do. Especially like for example, Penn, you have to do early decision, and if you get in for ED, you have to commit. You can't go back. Yeah. So that's two takes for me.
Thank you. Okay, we have questions. Someone asked, what do you mean when you say about extracurricular activities, research? I'm unsure what it means and how to connect it with the application. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Take this with a grain of salt because I don't quite remember, but I remember writing it in one of my UC essays, saying the prompt was like showcase your curiosity, and like especially in terms in that case, it was talking about our subject. So for me, how did I answer this question was that I said in my application that I was studying economics, right? And so why economics was because of my research experience, saying that like it's easy for someone at 17 that you just have to say that, oh, I want to study engineering, I want to study economics, I want to do like finance, for example. But if you dig deep down, do you really know the answer? And so my answer is that I didn't know. And so how I wanted to know if I liked economics or if economics was for me was to actually find out what applications does economics have in the real life. And I did that through a research paper. And so that research paper was taking a very minor part of economics, which was taxes and fiscal governance. And so that's how I linked it back to the original prompt of saying, why did you choose this subject of study and how did you explore it further? And so that's how I basically turned it into my curiosity topic in saying that I didn't know anything about economics, and so I went out on my way, took a research internship, and come back and being able to say, okay, I know at least one part about economics, taxes. If that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because I know if you're like under scholarship, you're probably not gonna able to change your major. So I think like that's a really good advice on how you prepare. Yeah. So I think we're one more question. Okay. One more question. This is your time. Your time to shine.
Yeah, so basically stalking lah. Right? You will get information by email saying, they will email you personally saying, hey, can you let me know your availabilities and let me know when's the best time that we can meet and talk. And the way I did it was I just simply LinkedIn, stalking, Google, in the desktop search, Google. But I guess I wasn't successful in that part. I should have done more. That's my problem. I should have done more stalking, more research, more preparation. And that's why I didn't get into Colombia. Voilà. But in terms of getting to know them,
Let's give it 3 minutes and we'll get started at 3:22.
We join, but maybe you don't get anything. Join for trolling. Join for trolling.
So this is the general that we're giving out to top 4 winners. not in yet? Raise your hands if you're not in yet, okay? Anyone else ready?
It's only 30 bro. Check the name. How to check? How to check the name? What is that? Wait. You're taking the name for.
Yeah.
Wait, we look for N in case. Not a.
It's okay lah.
They say this.
So how many now? 38. Your join also like just now.
John, Adam.
Okay, we'll get started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Should be Kelly, right?
No, it's right.
What's the answer?
Right.
What's the answer?
Right.
Rhode Island. Rhode Island.
Thanks.
Sure answer. Two answered Rhode Island.
Number of percentage.
It's not open like.
I don't know. Wow.
Wow, that's an equal distribution.
It's actually a hard question.
I'm quite a teacher.
Ew. It's so messed on. Let's go. Yes. Atlanta. Most busiest airport in the world.
Oh. What's the answer?
Atlanta.
See, podium.
How do? Wait. Where's the podium?
Just add.
And right.
No, there's no podium.
Who is that?
It's number 4.
Wait. Where you go? Do some moves. Say my name.
Okay. Go to the top. Yeah, this one.
Passive.
Can? No, can.
Yeah. So Jan, Adipatra, Cam, and us.
Camellia.
Skip parameter.
Alright, thank you everyone for your enthusiastic participation. So for the fourth place, congratulations to us. Us.
Who's us?
AZ.
Easy.
Who's that?
Come on, front to get your prize. And in third place, we have Tom. Who is Tom? Cam. Congratulations. And in second place, we have Adiptra. And congratulations to the first place. Yes.
Oh, Kino, right? Now?
Close already up.
Now for the speech, right? Kino?
Who? Professor.
Before we head on to the Q&A session and also college rules, we would like to have the honor to invite two special guests to send us off. First, Yo Chen Chao, co-founder of Fave, Southeast Asia's leading online to offline e-commerce platform. Before starting Fave, Chen Chao led regional operations for Group on Asia Pacific, moving up the ranks from CEO of Group on Malaysia and Taiwan in 2012. And of course, he's also one of the founding fathers of USAPPS, so you can say we wouldn't be here today without him. Joining him is Professor Dr. Yu Hongtai, President and CEO of UTAR and a head interviewer for MIT Malaysia. He'll be shedding light on the kinds of support and guidance available to help you through the US application process. Together, they will share closing reflections, advice, and encouragement for your journey ahead. Please join me in welcoming Chen Chao and Professor Dr. Yu Hongtai.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can hear me, right? I guess you're recording, and maybe it's better this is recording. Yeah. So honored to be here, and Professor Dr. Yu is here as well. So maybe we'll pass to Prof later. But I think today, it's honored that you all are here. And I think first of all, congrats to all of you for lasting to day 2 evening, right? I think some of you came for FA1 came today, right? But I think for some of you who were here yesterday, today, and I think definitely want to thank all the core and facilitators for making it. So let's give a big round of applause to all the core and facilitators. right? All the core facilitators, none of them get paid, right? All of them do this voluntarily. Many of them take their own money, own time to do this, right? They don't expect any rewards at all, right? Many of you eventually one day got in. Maybe some of you pat and then say thank you, but that's what they get. That's all. Of course, friendships. Of course, building through. And many of the facilitators, 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, they were in your seats. Many years ago, they were just like you. When you're applying with a dream that one day I want to go to my dream universities. And eventually, when they made it, they came back and guide the future generations. That's the spirit, right? USAPPS in the original form started in 2006. 19 years ago. So this is the 20th iteration. In this format, the 17-year iteration, right? And every year, there's a bunch of volunteers. And I think yesterday, you look at it, there are about same number of volunteers, facilitators, and participants. A lot of people dedicated their whole weekend. These people they could have gone for summer holiday travel anywhere. But they chose to sacrifice to be here. They chose to spend time doing the slides, preparation, recordings, many things together to make this happen. And I think that's the spirit that we do. And I think as many of you eventually go to US, or maybe not even US, somewhere else. I know some of the facilitators were not even going to US. They were supposed to go to US. Eventually, they end up going to Canada, UK, etc. But they are here as well. And I think that that experience, that friendship, I mean, among the facilitators over the years, I've seen many good marriages among the facilitators over the years, right? And over the last 20 years, I've seen too many of that, right? And I think that spirit, like friendship that you make today here among the participants and with the facilitators, let's say when you start applying the A6, all the hard things that you all learned yesterday, today, right? Who is going to give you an honest feedback? That is someone in this room, your fellow participants. Some of the facilitators make friends with them. They will evaluate. And everyone starts from somewhere. 16 years ago, one of the participants was Nigel Roger. 16 years ago, he was in this hall. Not this hall, as in this USAPPS. He was a facilitator before. He used to be called to run this event before as well. Of course, that time there's no Uncle Roger anymore. Right? But that starting is a journey. The day I was just looking back at his application essays when he was applying. I interviewed him for Panel as well. And that journey, and today you look at it, many of these people have gone through. And I think that's the journey that you all want to embark upon. One day at a time, one application. When you're applying your applications, there will be a lot of nights that you ask yourself, why am I doing this? When your friends are having holiday party, enjoying, you're like, okay, this is my 16th draft and doesn't sound cool. Right? You already use all the ChatGPT, Gemini, whatever you call it, because now you all got that benefit of that versus good old days, right? And it doesn't sound natural, right? And a lot of times it's not, you can't cut corners. Cut corners, you will end up like you will be read up and just be like everyone. Take this opportunity of this journey application is like a journey to find about yourself. If you get nothing, yesterday, today, and this application journey is you know a bit more about you yourself. Who are you? If you sum it up in your applications, in the end is you're evaluating you. Who are you? When let's say after you write your essays, pass to an acquaintance, they read. After they read, they realize that okay, I know this is you. This is you. It needs to reflect you without even your name. Does it sound like you? Does it feel like you are there? Even without reading your name or any of the title. If you can do that, then that is an amazing essay. Yeah, different institutions have different, like yesterday I was just talking that I think there are 3 years no student go to Princeton already. There are some of those struggles, I know, right? Back in 2013, I still remember, I think we have 3 years, 2 years or 3 years, no student got into Harvard. I went to Harvard admission office, had a chat with the admission director and asked why no Malaysians got in. I still remember that. I was on Eisenhower Fellowship. I was in Boston, got a chance to speak to them. And really pushing that boundary, right? And I think there's many of these people, alumni elsewhere, all wanted
Prof. Yu has been MIT head interviewer for 30 years. 30 years. Think about it. 30 years as a head interviewer, every year interview many, many, many students. Right? So, and most of the, whether if you apply MIT and you got pointed, Prof. Yu has a very busy work running universities. Not one university with multiple campuses. And he is doing this for voluntarily, not earning a cent, nothing, for last 30 years. Right? For Cornell, I think I have interviewed more than 500 people over the years, right? One by one, seeing each person's spirit. And I think that that's the spirit they're going through, right? So I think to all the facies, to all the call, I think, maybe can I get all the faci and call? I think some of them are outside, but maybe those that are in the hall, can just stand up? Let's everyone give them a recognition and clap. Yeah, and I hope that you all, thanks a lot. Yeah, so I hope that you all during this time as well, right, is you learn something, organizing something, at scale, speaking up, presenting, guiding, seeing the future. And I want to tell you all that what you share might change the life of someone in this room or someone that is you watching the video. Right? Every now and then I hear from people that say that they were just watching that video and that changed that journey. Actually, even yesterday, someone got into Colombia for master. I went to the comment and said, congratulations for making it. And the person said that credits to the video that the person watched on YouTube for this thing, this USAPPS. The person was not in this room to attend, but the person actually watched the hours and hours of video. And that played a part. And I think that's the play, right? And I think I also want to recognize tailors. I don't know whether anyone tailors in this room, but tailors has been giving us the venue since 2009. Every year except for COVID year. I think 2 years we did virtual. Every year the venue is provided. I also want to thank many anonymous sponsors that fund everything that we have. The food that you have, the live streaming and everything, the t-shirts and everything. It's all 100% sponsored by anonymous people. I think the crowd know who they are. A few people, a bunch of people were just literally putting in whatever they have to make their dreams come true. Right? And I know yesterday Kazana sponsored a dinner for their facilitators as well to connect through Nicole. And again, Nicole was a facilitator, a participant back then, many, many years ago as well. And I think it's interesting that 15, 20 years journey, a lot of the early participants are now holding positions across and they are now in a position to give back. And before I pass to Prof. Yu, I like to hope that all of you here, that participants, whatever you did, go out there, really do your best and help people around you as well. And hopefully next year, the year after, come back. This tradition can only continue if generations over generations of people raise their hand, come up and say, I'm going to come back and help the next year's generation. The day that everyone's, I say with your hand, really thanks a lot. The day that no one volunteered, this program will become a history. Right? And it all depends on all of us to capture the torches. Like I still remember back then, 06, 07, 09, 10, at those days, I had to be here doing, prepare everything and talk everything. Today, the only thing coming here is like, come here, do this impromptu talk. I have zero prep, zero contribution. Everything is done by them. Everything. And I think that's the proud moment that you see that a program continued beyond people. Like Chanang is not even here. Right? Chanang was there building on through and a bunch of those people. And I think that's the spirit. Okay, with this, maybe I'll pass to Prof. Dr. Yu. I think Prof. Yu has been interviewing MIT students for all these years, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask him as well. But he's going to share a bit, not just his experience, but I think Prof. Yu believes that no student should have difficulty to apply to a university, at least apply and get offer. And Prof. Yu today will share with you all something that he has worked hard outside of his work, right? Busy running a university of 10,000+ students to get financial aid to make possible that anyone in this room and beyond that want to apply to top university that cannot have the money to apply, he will give you a chance to apply. At least you have a shot to get an offer, right? It stretch the dollar. At least no one will be because I have no money, I cannot apply and get an offer. I'll pass the Prof to share more a bit more, and then later we can disseminate more information. But it is something that fully give back. Nothing expect to get through, but we will hope that. And the only thing we ask is the people that benefit from it. One day, when you can afford it, help someone else. Anyone, help someone else to achieve their dreams, just like you get a chance to do. Thank you, Pastor Patrick.
Yeah, I heard about it many years ago, and then I have been to hear before USAPPS to be speakers as well. I still remember when I was in a high school student, the career guidance units in the school was very important to us, and that was how we actually got to know and have this intention to apply to US universities. Now, over these years, I think I've interviewed many students. I think there was one year, it was about 80 students applying. Then we interviewed most of them. And nowadays, of course, we have actually arrangement with MIT. So for MIT, normally it's a shortlisted student will be sent to us for interview. But sometimes it came at very last minute. And sometimes we also, like this year, during Chinese New Year time, before New Year Eve and all that, receive all these contacts from MIT. So I quickly call and then arrange for interview at night because we need to actually rush in the report. Because most of the time, those shortlisted by MIT, they have chances, and all that. Okay. So over these years, I think those Malaysians that have gone to MIT, I think about maybe 40, 50 of them. And then, but I would like to let you know that normally we will ask the university, they will not say that there's any fixed number they want of Malaysian students, but they want to have the best, they want to have the variety and all that. So there was one year, we were very lucky that we have 5 Malaysian students admitted to MIT. And that year was fantastic. We even have officers from MIT calling the successful applicants, trying to actually persuade them to join. So you can see that this is how we are able to achieve. The key part that I would like to share with you is that in all these essays, all these recommendations, and all these interviews, they are trying to identify, they are trying to look for somebody who in future, not just actually because of their excellent results and other things, but who in future will also make the university proud, who continue to actually be able to do well in whatever areas they are involved in. Even you put them on the Mars, the planet Mars, they will do something. They will continue to have the passion to do something. So in general, if you look at it, I think they are looking for somebody that who have the strong passions of learning. Okay, they are going to actually improve themselves beyond the level that it is not because of the parents' request, not because of the arrangement of the schools. It's all your own initiative that you learn. We have done an interview many times that they say that what areas you're interested in. I'm interested in economics. I'm interested in engineering. But the second question we ask, in further detail, sometimes they cannot share with us. So this is something very important. That's why just now, Jing Zhao mentioned your true self. Okay, your true self. They always like to do this. You see, in the interview, the important thing is actually the subsequent question, not the first question. The first question is just to get to know. But subsequently from that one, we can find out a lot of things. So normally I would like to share with you is actually in whatever you do, in your letter, even the recommendation letters from the teachers, in your essay, and also in your interview and all that, they always like to see the 3 main components. This is something I can share with you. The first one is actually whether you have the passion to continue to develop yourself, no matter which area, what interests you are. sometimes you may be scoring well in your exam and all that, but you maybe have a strong hobbies in playing chess. There was one year that there was Malaysian student who loved lady soccer. Uh, and then she got admitted to MIT. So they like to know this kind of story, which is actually nobody can tell better than you. Even not even ChatGPT and Gemini. Okay, so these are the things that we look for. Somebody with this kind of passion that are willing to go beyond the current level. It's good that you score all the A's, but sometimes we just ask. So besides what all the A plus that you have scored in that particular area that you're interested, have you learned anything extra? Very simple. If you are really interested in this one, you won't be actually constrained or bounded by the syllabus. So these are key. This is the key thing that we want to look at. Whether you have passion to move beyond your current boundary to actually further release your potential. That's first part. The second part is actually, well, what about your heart? Whether whatever you do, you like to actually contribute well, you like to help others. So all those people who actually help in organizing USAPPS, they all have this kind heart that they're willing to contribute back. So the same thing during this kind of application and all, they're looking for somebody who are willing to contribute back, not just to the university, but to the world. So those people and all that, you in future make the university also proud of their achievements. So contribute back is very important. Then all this year there were also students say that I come from a school system, even IB or whatever, that it is compulsory for us to do community projects. Then you normally dig further in. Is it because there's assignment by the teacher that you have to do, or you also further develop your strong interest in doing so? Okay, there was one student, maybe I stand. There was one Malaysian student got admitted to MIT and Harvard in the same year. That student actually was actually entering a family trip to India. He observed that a lot of people over there, they don't have enough ingredients, enough vitamin C, so that they have suffer from certain type of disease and all that. Then they also know that over locally, there are actually they have places that they actually produce all these kind of oranges and all that. So he thought about a method that why not that we actually use the oranges, the skin of the oranges and all that, then dry it. Dry this is part of the Chinese herbal type of food and all that. Dry it and all that, but still preserve the vitamin, and then make it something easy to eat and all that, and then transfer this back to those people in India. Because of that one, he got admitted to MIT and also Harvard. Just to share with you, I have many stories to tell, all kinds of things. So in this case, they like to see whether you are purely actually just for yourself or you are also willing to help others. This is the second component. And the third component is actually quite often that they also want to say that they are also not too sure that you are able to cope with the study there. You are able to cope with the environment there. So sometimes they like to ask that whether you have faced any challenges before, how you overcome, how you actually able to overcome this, and then manage to actually stand up again, and then manage to overcome all the challenges. So these are the three components, quite common in everywhere. In fact, this is also the thing that next time when you apply for jobs, people are looking for this kind of three areas. Okay, so that is something that I'd like to share with you. But for your information, that particular year, when we have actually 5 Malaysian students admitted to MIT. Okay, at that time, that particular year, I also went to Singapore, and then MIT admission office was having a workshop there, and of course, they also have a Singapore success story as well. But the one shared by MIT admission office is actually, they said in Malaysia, because we are not under the same school system, we different school system and all. We come from different background. And that year we of the applicants, they have done something beyond. They are very versatile. They're very in their own initiative. They are such as like flowers blossoming. They are so happy to see that here that Malaysian students they are able to go beyond the boundaries as change our country. So applying to US universities, this is something that although it's not mentioned, this is something that we normally also look inside your application materials and all that. Okay, so as we know, we understand that applying to US or UK, normally the cost is a lot. Application fees, test score, and other things as well. And also I think attending this one is actually free of charge, right? Yeah. So this kind of thing. Now for information in US, there's an organization called Questbridge. This Questbridge now currently many top universities are also using their service. They'll go to the community, reach out to those students who are from needy family, and then try to find out those who are capable of actually applying to this top US university and give them support. And then finally they manage to apply. And then sometimes these kind of students, like for example, MIT will inform us that this is a special student, ask us to do the interview, especially for them as well. So now we over here we have actually managed to find philanthropists in Malaysia, philanthropists in Malaysia who are actually sharing the same view and who want to see that because a lot of like for example some of US universities they are still actually need-based financial aid. Once you get your admitted, they will sponsor you financial aid so that to cover your study and tuition fee and living expenses and all that, such as I think Harvard, MIT, Princeton, and some others and all that. So the key thing is actually is not that as long as those from needy students, needy family and all that, they are able to submit their application and they got admitted, there is a chance for them to actually change their course of futures. In the past, we also have students where the parent, I remember one of them admitted, and then his father was actually a hawker selling noodles, one-time noodles, near the street there, somewhere along the street. There was also another one, a lady. Her father was actually a bus conductor in Singapore, bus conductor. And then the teachers, when she approached the teacher was saying that, yeah, to you, no chance, no chance. Don't ever think about it, but she was with her determination. She applied and then she learned and all that, and she managed to get into MIT. So there are a lot of these inspiring stories. So through this kind of thing, now we managed to get a grant from these who are interested in this one. That starting this year this is a new program. We call it top rising star program. Top rising star program. So for those who are applying to top universities in the world, okay, including then they can apply through this online form. I think later Jane Chow will share with you online form, then you can submit, then those selected one, then you do some interview to find out the actual conditions of the family and all that. And then we will actually support up to 800 US dollars, up to 800 US dollars to cover the testing fees and application fee for 5 universities and some others application related expenses. And we also allocate some for testing materials. Yeah, because sometimes you need to have the testing material to practice and all that. So this is just an announcement. And if you know of any yourself or other friends who need this kind of aid, please actually welcome them to apply. I think that together we will also have the same aim. We want more Malaysians are able to get admitted to the top universities in the world. Thank you so much, and very happy to see all of you.
maybe I think with the core behind, let's give a round of applause to all the core and other participants.
Thank you so much, Chansha and Professor Dr. Yu Hongtai, for sharing such powerful reminders with us. From following your passion and embracing lifelong learning to the value of volunteering and staying true to yourself, your words really bring home what USF is all about. I especially love the message about paying it forward, that this initiative has been passed down from generation to generation, with each batch helping the next. And looking around this room, I can already see the next group of people who will carry that spirit forward. And of course, the reminder that your application is about so much more than just your academics. It's the experiences you have embraced, the communities you have contributed to, and the person you have grown into along the way. Now, before we officially wrap up, we are opening the floor for a group Q&A session. For the first 15 minutes, you can send in your questions via Slido. The link will be on the screen. This will be on the screen for Slido. And our facilitators and speakers will answer them directly. And then for the remaining time, which will be about 30 minutes, we'll switch to live verbal questions, so you can just raise your hands and we'll bring the mic to you. Can the facilitators and speakers head on to the stage for the Q&A session?
The first 15 minutes include the stream.
Oh yeah. After you give them the mic, then you have to ask to get the mic. Yeah, now it's like online. Okay. Yeah, I might just speaker up. 不是啊，说是但是 Yeah, I do this. We start the live stream, is it? Just in about 15 minutes.
Can the participants move to the front and fill up the first 5 rows? Thank you.
Look at this. It's delayed. Okay, but I don't know if it's going to
In the meantime, let all faculties and speakers introduce themselves, what they study, where they study, so that later on, like, you guys can just ask questions, and then like faculties and speakers who want to answer will just jump in right away. All right, so then let's start from Faris then.
All right, hello everyone. I'm Faris. I'm studying material science at the University of Washington.
Hello, my name is Benedict. I'm doing mechanical engineering at UC Berkeley.
Hello, my name is Manasharan. I have completed my Masters of Public Administration from the University of Kansas and a degree in History from the University of Northern Iowa.
Hi, I'm Sharman. I'm currently studying economics at Stanford. I'm a rising sophomore.
Hi everyone, my name is Tamini. I'm also a rising sophomore studying economics at Harvard.
Hi everyone, I'm Adam Zakun. I'm studying economics and psychology at Boston University.
Hi everyone, I'm Shusin, also economics and psychology at Harvard.
Hi everyone, my name is Maria. I'm studying in Northwestern University. I'm doing econs, a rising sophomore.
Hi everyone, I'm Nilasha. I'm also a rising sophomore. I'm studying marketing at Penn State.
Hi everyone, I'm Zenwei. I'll be looking to study computer science and aerospace engineering at the end of college and then transferring to University of California.
Hi, my name is Arishel. I'm a rising junior at USAPPS Michigan, studying computer science.
Hi, I'm Shenyu. I'm a rising sophomore at NYU studying computer science and math.
Hello, I'm Marcus. I graduated from Wesleyan University Small Liberal Arts School in Connecticut. I study education and psychology.
Hi everyone, I'm a rising sophomore at Yale. I'm studying theatre. No, actually, it's the same as everybody else. I'm studying economics and computer science.
Hi everyone, I'm Koyan. I really feel like an imposter right here. I am studying Earth Science. I actually secured into UC Berkeley, but my sponsor kind of reached out me like past few months. So I will be studying in University of British Columbia in Canada soon.
Hi everyone, my name is Kayla Starr. People call me Kaylee. I'm a rising second year at UCLA. I'm doing chemical engineering.
Hey guys, I'm Irina. I'm also a rising sophomore at UCLA doing chemical engineering as well.
Hi, I'm Junchi. I'm a freshman at Minerva University and I study natural sciences, concentrating in physics and chemistry.
Hi, I'm JC, mechanical engineering major, class of 21, University of Michigan.
Hi everyone, I'm Harish. I'm a rising sophomore at Columbia University, and I'm going to major in EE.
Hi everyone, I'm Flona. I'm rising sophomore at Johns Hopkins University, majoring in chemical and biomedical engineering and economics. So we'll get started with the Q&A session. So just scan the QR here and get your questions into the link. We'll address them.
Oh, I got it.
Right, there's this one question. Do the application feel rushed to someone who wanted to start the process now for the class of 2030? Everyone here, I believe, has a hard time writing the materials essays. Anyone wants to take the question? Okay.
So it first of all depends on the course, right? If your course is ending, if your course is ending in like October, November, it can get a bit rushed, right? Because you need to understand that sometimes your program might clash with your application deadlines, right? So you need to keep that in mind. If you start right now, you actually have plenty of time, but you really need to dedicate like time to think about your essays, about your thesis, who you are as a person, and all of that will show in your essay, no? Yeah.
Hello. So I started writing my essays in December, but I mean it's because I was like doing a competition until then, so I didn't really have time. And I was also on a trip in December, so I had to write it during the trip, and that was like the most stressful time of my life. So I recommend you start early. You don't have to start writing your essays very early, but the most important thing to start early is to get the necessary recommendation letters, start reaching out to people, and start brainstorming what you want to write for your essay. But then for actually writing the essay, that one, like November, December should be fine. That's my opinion.
Anyone else like to address or add on?
Okay, so what I'm sharing might be a bit outdated because I applied in 2016, but back then because I was a scholar and then I came into the American degree transfer program in about like August, but sorry, I think like end of July, early August. But then we were starting to apply for like US universities like during our first semester in the transfer program, and we finished everything by December. It's definitely stressful, but it's manageable. You just have to manage your expectations when you want to apply into like US colleges the following year in the final half of the previous year. So yeah, especially when you have to juggle the academics as well, like classes.
Come on down. We're given a quick introduction, your name, your major.
Hi, I'm Athena. I'm currently an incoming freshman, studying concentrate in stats and econs.
Hi, my name is Jalal. I'm majoring in computer science. I'm studying at UCLA. I'm a rising senior. Yes.
Hi again, I just finished my session just now, so I'm Hannah.
Okay, moving on to the next question. I think this would be a popular question. Do you ever find yourself struggling mentally or academic-wise while studying in the States? If so, how do you cope with it?
Okay, so I have two suggestions. The first is that uh, if possible, please get yourself with a therapist because it seriously will help you a lot. So, for example, one of the greatest obstacles in my mental health during my time at uni was seasonal affective disorder because it was my first time experiencing real winter, and so whenever I look at the sky and I see the time even if it's 5 p.m., it will be already dark. So when my mind is not accustomed to that sort of thing, it really messed me up. So, however, by reaching out to a therapist and with weekly sessions, I was able to adapt to my environment and to make sure that my mind became more resilient. So I hope you will get help from a therapist if it is necessary. And secondly, you should always find yourself a suitable support group because if you have a bunch of friends but these friends do not look out for each other and care for each other and support each other mentally, emotionally, and etc., then what is the point of having these friends, And of course, even when there are people who are also proud to be your friend, of course you should have the duty and responsibility to look after them and take care of them and so on as well.
Thank you. I think most of us on the East Coast will resonate with that. Anyone else like to answer or take this question? Add on to the points that Parashar has made.
Oh, no, no, no.